Thank you, everyone, for coming back to the Select Federal Natural Resources Committee meeting. We have an exciting afternoon planned. Appreciate everyone that's in attendance here. Chairman Boner is going to allow me to chair the afternoon. Appreciate that. So without any further ado, we'll begin with the BLM on carbon storage. Would you state your name for the record again, even though we all know who you are, and then proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Kirby. I'm the Associate State Director for BLM Wyoming.
Good afternoon. I'm Travis Barkston, the Branch Chief for Lands and Realty, BLM Wyoming State Office.
I'm Bill Beck. I'm the Branch Chief of Fluid Minerals Operations at Wyoming State Office in Cheyenne.
All right, I'll open it up with prepared remarks. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage refers to a set of technologies and practices that capture CO2 from emission point sources, such as oil and gas production, coal and gas-fired power plants, and industrial processes, as well as direct atmospheric capture for the utilization of permanent geologic sequestration of the CO2. This program is part of a greater goal to reduce CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions through capture and sequestration into deep geologic formations, as well as a part of the President's efforts to combat climate change and reach net zero emissions economy-wide by 2050. The BLM is currently handling the authorization of carbon sequestration projects on public lands through rights-of-way under Title V of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA. Under Wyoming State Statute 31-1-152, the ownership of pore space is vested with the surface owner. The BLM manages the federal pore space in all areas below BLM-administered surface estate. The BLM uses its regulations at 43 CFR Part 2800 to issue rights-of-ways to geologically sequester CO2 in BLM-administered federal pore space, including for necessary infrastructure and for the use of the federal pore space itself. The BLM has issued an instruction memorandum, IM 22-041, titled National Policy for the Right-of-Way Authorizations Necessary for Site Characterization, Capture, Transportation, Injection, and Permanent Geologic Sequestration of Carbon Dioxide in connection with carbon sequestration projects. I hope you've all got that memorized, that title. This IM addresses some of BLM's procedures for considering a pore space right-of-way application. BLM rights-of-way for CO2 sequestration and storage are issued for a minimum 30-year renewable term unless a shorter term is requested by the applicant. BLM Wyoming currently has 3 pending carbon sequestration pore space rights-of-way applications. One is Tallgrass High Plains Carbon Storage, LLC's Southeast Wyoming project, located in the BLM Rawlins field office. The next is Moxa Carbon Storage, LLC's Southwest Wyoming project, located in the BLM Kemmerer field office and the BLM Rock Springs field office. And the third is Pond Field, LLC's Sweetwater Carbon Storage Hub project, located in the BLM Kemmerer field office. Pore space rights-of-way application require a plan of development to be submitted to the BLM, which includes information about the plan sequence and timing of operations. The BLM will require that pore space rights-of-way holders avoid interference with federal mineral exploration and development operations, and prevent damage to all other potentially recoverable mineral resources and other surface and subsurface authorized uses. All rights-of-way holders for CO2 sequestration projects on public lands must comply with applicable laws, including obtaining all necessary permits under the Underground Injection Control Program to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act of 1974. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality has delegated authority for underground injection control Class 6 wells within the state of Wyoming. BLM Wyoming is actively engaged with DEQ on a review of underground injection control Class 6 wells that involve BLM-administered federal pore space. State of Wyoming agencies, including DEQ, may serve as cooperating agencies on BLM NEPA compliance documents prepared for pore space rights-of-way applications submitted to the BLM. And we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Any questions for the BLM concerning carbon capture? Committee? Any questions? Co-Chairman Boner.
So with those specific examples you provided, are you intermingled with state and private pore space as well, or is that exclusively federal? And, how does that work if you were to be a part of a larger development that has multiple jurisdictions? Yeah, I'll be with questions.
Thank you for the question, Mr.
Kirby?
Chair. I'm going to defer to Mr. Barkston.
Thank you. In all cases, those three projects involve the BLM administered federal pore space as well as non-federal pore space, either state and or private.
Follow up? Go ahead.
And so who takes the lead in those, coming to terms with, the conditions of how that's going to operate, reimbursement, all that? Is the BLM taking the lead? Is it usually a private landowner? How does that work?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the BLM will work cooperatively with the state in evaluating the proposals. We work closely with the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, the Water Quality Division, and the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Those landowners who are out there, they can enter their own agreements with the proponents. The BLM's pore space right-of-way application would be unique just to the federal pore space that the BLM manages.
Any other questions? Senator Kolb, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. It is the question about the BLM's policy. Do you take the policy point of view that you're right on anything that you come up with for how you're going to handle the development for carbon sequestration? And if anyone challenges you, do they have to, I don't know, put comments in writing and then you evaluate that? Could you explain the process if somebody differs with your outcome, and how would they go about disagreeing with you, or is it possible to disagree with you? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. Mr. Chairman, the BLM has procedures for processing rights-of-way applications under Title V of FLTMA. When the BLM reaches a decision, first of all, before it reaches a decision, there'll be opportunities for the public to participate, for cooperating agencies like the DEQ and Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to provide input to the BLM's decision. Ultimately, once the BLM reaches a decision, that decision under Title V of FLTMA may be appealed to the Interior Board of Land Appeals. And of course, there are other there are ways to challenge BLM decisions in federal district court, for example. But ideally, the BLM works hard to work closely with cooperators and the public to resolve some of those concerns early. All three of these pending pore space rights-of-way applications the BLM is currently considering here in Wyoming, they've all had a public scoping period where we've solicited input from the public, from our cooperating agencies, and we seek to resolve a lot of those conflicts early in the process so that when we reach our decision, we have all that input and we make an informed decision.
Follow up? Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So it is different than the RMP process, or is it the same as the RMP process?
It's different in that when the BLM evaluates a pore space right-of-way application or any right-of-way application, we consider that to be an implementation decision of the RMP, the Approved Resource Management Plan. And so there's a different set of regulations that govern administrative challenges or appeals to the IBLA for rights-of-way, for example. So decisions under the RMP aren't taken to IBLA, but pore space rights-of-way application decisions can be taken to the IBLA.
Any further questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
And speaking of conflicts, it kind of made me think about some of the testimony we heard this morning about when there's a coal lease and that's existing, but there's a desire for oil and gas development in that same land. And so it seems to me, especially with deep sequestration, which is going to be some of the same formations that your modern horizontal drilling gets into, how would the BLM look at prioritizing if there's a desire to drill for oil and gas, but also a desire to sequester carbon, CO2 in the same area? How do you deal with that conflict?
Mr. Barkston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things the BLM has set up early in our process of reviewing these pore space rights-of-way applications is we coordinate internally with our BLM Reservoir Management Group. And part of that assessment includes looking at whether there's potential for other mineral development, including hydrocarbon development to the formations that would be injected to. And then also we, again, work working closely with the state Wyoming agencies, the DEQ and Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We have a lot of confidence that we'll be able to avoid situations where we might be granting any sort of access to BLM administered federal pore space that would conflict with the rights of existing federal oil and gas lessees or future leases that might be proposed and then offered in areas where there could be hydrocarbon potential. And not just fluid minerals, but also solid minerals. We have that internal control to make sure that we're not granting access to pore space where there might be degradation or impacts to development of the federal fluid minerals.
Any other questions? I've got a couple of questions then. Mr. Barkston, as you're leasing to these different entities for pore space, are the terms and conditions similar to each lessee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the BLM, we're working under an approach that, as Associate State Director Kirby mentioned, is described in a BLM headquarters policy, this 2022-041 Instruction Memorandum, or IM. The IM specifies the BLM will use the Title V FLTMA right-of-way process to grant access to pore space. And so absent US Congress giving us new direction or clarification about how to administer pore space, we're using the right-of-way. So it's not a lease like we would say under the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920, where we're granting an exclusive right to that lessee to use the BLM administered federal pore space. But when we do have those agreements in place, we'll work with the proponent and the state agencies to make sure we try to resolve any potential conflicts that could exist with other types of development out there. Sorry, did I answer your question?
So the terms and conditions are similar wherever within the state that you're leasing?
Thank you. The terms and conditions that BLM will develop for these pore space rights of way these are new to the BLM. We haven't anywhere in Wyoming and not anywhere else in the nation issued a pore space right of way grant yet. So we're working on how we would develop the stipulations for these pore space rights of way. Those stipulations to some extent would be uniform or consistent with the types of development type of proposals we see. There may be some unique stipulations that would be tailored to specific circumstances, like specific geology, specific land ownership patterns, things like that.
So, Mr. Barkston, you mentioned this is a new endeavor for everyone in Wyoming, and we've put some laws in place anticipating that. And you're familiar how the way it is right now, during the injection phase, the injector is liable for any damages or accidents or anything like that. And then for 20 years, up to 20 years thereafter, and then they can make an application for the state to take over the liability. Have you had any concerns with that from the BLM perspective? Is that what the plan is to let the state take over jurisdiction after that 20-year period?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good question. And the BLM is still developing policy. In fact, we understand BLM headquarters is working on additional policy to supplement this previous policy that will address some of those, especially long-term monitoring and maintenance liability issues. So it'd probably be premature for me to kind of guess what that policy may exactly look like. But in terms of hearing concern, no, I think we feel especially confident here in the state of Wyoming, given the acknowledgement of the state's primacy for administering the Class 6 UIC program, the state legislatures, the statutes that are in place, administrative rules that both the commission and the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and DEQ have in place. There definitely are some places where we think we can work together to avoid duplicating any reviews of applications, and especially when it comes to things like you're mentioning, long-term liability, long-term responsibility. There's probably a lot of instances where here in Wyoming, we can work cooperatively with the state to make sure that the BLM and state are kind of working hand in hand, and the BLM's, for example, not requiring duplicate bonding where that may not be necessary, that we can, to the greatest extent possible, rely on the program that the state legislature and the state agencies have put in place.
Thank you. And that includes long-term ownership. Once the state takes over liability, then we take over ownership of the CO2 that's actually in the ground in pore space. So with the and we'll get into this later this afternoon with the Rock Springs Resource Area RMP. There's some restrictions placed on rights of way and view shed and things like that. And in Sweetwater County, it's a ideal spot for pore space sequestrization. Do you see that as hindering some of the future industry for carbon capture in Sweetwater County, and that's this Moxa area and Sweetwater County? Because, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for direct air capture as well as storage from industry down there. But if the resource plan will not allow rights of way and disturbance, it may hinder that opportunity to store CO2 as the current administration would like us to do. Any comment on that, Mr. Barkston?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think can't speculate on what the eventual outcome of the RMP decision may be, but can say that currently the BLM has 2 pending pore space right-of-way applications located in the Rock Springs field office. BLM continuing to process those applications. I don't know, Associate State Director Kirby has something to add.
Yeah, no, I was going to reflect on the same thing Mr. Barkson was saying, is it's hard at this point, since it's a draft RMP, we don't know where the final decision is going to be, so it's hard to speculate. So until the final decision is issued for the Rock Springs RMP, we'll continue under the current RMP and under our current instructional manual, our memorandum, and hopefully get, you know, some modified direction from headquarters, but we can't speculate on what the future RMP would do, since it's not a final decision, hasn't been issued yet.
Good. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Senator Kolb.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a question about the bonding requirements or the requirements for any sort of assurity that there isn't going to be a catastrophic issue with said injection wells. Are they the same as oil and gas wells? Do you have the same rules and requirements as if you drilled an oil and gas well for a carbon sequestration injection point? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kolb.
Mr. Barkston.
Co-Chair. I think there are some differences. I would defer to technical experts to describe what those differences may be. The BLM's 2022-041 policy does require the BLM to adequately bond under our right-of-way regulations for pore space rights of way. Like I mentioned earlier, one thing we're very interested in exploring with state agencies is whether some of the state's financial assurance, financial responsibility regulations, Chapter 24 of the Water Quality Division's rules, whether we can work together to make sure, again, the BLM's not requiring duplicate bonding for the same potential risk or liabilities. But I think there are some important, probably technical and other differences, and we might.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cobb, some of the things that we need to think about too in terms of the technical aspects of drilling a sequestration well is there's a higher standard because of the long-term sequestration, plugging back against reservoirs of drinking water to keep the CO2 out of those intervals. So yeah, the technical parts of the drilling the sequestration wells are a little bit higher level, so there's going to be a little bit more technically involved with that.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I understand that. They're a much more well thought out, well, I guess I might say, because of what they're doing. But the liability is still really Exxon does it, CO2 injection, so obviously that's working out in the formation they're working on, but we don't know the interaction fully when it comes to, frankly, you could make carbolic acid down there with CO2 in the right formation, right? There's a lot of things that maybe we don't know about. So I think that I just would assume that you'd have the same bonding requirements, as you put upon oil and gas industry here recently, if not more. I don't know what the technical answer is, what the exact dollar figure is. So I was looking for a dollar figure.
Yeah, I don't think
That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you, Mr. Coach.
Mr. Beck?
I was gonna say, I don't think we're there yet to really understand that. And it's like, as the co-chair mentioned earlier, that this is, well, Wyoming's had a longer history than most. It's still fairly new technology that has a few places around the world where they're doing it, and have done it for a number of years. But to have it as to the level of like oil and gas has been done, we don't have that data set that BLM is aware of.
Any other questions? I guess I have one more question, and I don't know who this would go to, but the fees, injection fees that BLM would receive then, is that shared with the state, similar to other royalties?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So the way BLM collects fees or rentals for rights of way issued under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, there is not a split or share of those rentals with the state. There are for rights of way issued under the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920, but in this case, we'd be issuing a right of way under a different authority.
All right. No further questions, seeing none. Thank you very much. Now we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any in the room that would like to comment on BLM's carbon capture policy and storage? Seeing none, anyone online? Okay. Anything from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next topic, which is the conservation program, Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. I guess we'll invite the BLM to come on back. This should be a very quick topic. So I'd ask you to introduce yourself once again. There may be some people online that have not listened in previously.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'm Chris Kirby. I'm the Associate State Director for BLM Wyoming.
I'm Jennifer Fleury McConkey. I'm the Deputy State Director for Resource Policy and Management for BLM Wyoming.
And I'm Brad Purdy. I'm the Deputy State Director of Communications for BLM Wyoming.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. On August 18th, 2023, the Bureau of Land Management started a 90-day public comment period for the Rock Springs Field Office Draft Resource Management Plan, or RMP, and the associated Draft Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, covering 3.6 million acres of public lands and 3.7 million acres of federal mineral estate in portions of Lincoln, Sweetwater, Uinta, Sublette, and Fremont counties in southwest Wyoming. The comment period closes November 16th, 2023. In the 26 years since the Record of Decision, or ROD, for the existing Green River RMP was signed, which was in August of 1997, new data has become available, new policies established, and old policies revised. This, along with emerging issues and management concerns, including renewable energy, transmission corridors, and changing circumstances, has resulted in the need to revise the existing resource management plan. The purpose of the land use plan is to establish guidance, objectives, policies, and management actions for public lands administered by the Rock Springs Field Office. The plan is comprehensive and will resolve and address issues within the Rock Springs Field Office jurisdictional boundaries, which are identified through agency, interagency, and public participation. The plan also reflects current BLM policy and guidance on all resources and resource uses, which have changed considerably since the development of the existing plan. The Rock Springs RMP revision process began in 2011 when the BLM initiated public scoping. A second scoping period began in September 2013 in response to a consent decree ruling from the U.S. District Court of Wyoming based on a settlement agreement regarding management of wild horses within the checkerboard land pattern. This is addressed separately now as the Wild Horse and Burro Resource Management Plan. Some of the key issues evaluated in the Rock Springs draft RMP and EIS are special designations and management areas, mineral resource restrictions and closures, and renewable energy. Greater sage grouse management, including all actions related to management of priority habitat management areas and general habitat management areas, are being addressed under separate ongoing amendments and are not included as planning issues for this RMP. The preferred alternative is Alternative B. This alternative emphasizes protecting natural resource values. Under this alternative, the RMP would designate approximately 2 million acres of special management areas, broken down as 1.6 million acres for ACECs and 400,000 acres that include wilderness study areas, management areas, and other features. That is 1.6 million acres out of the 3.7 million acres managed by the Rock Springs Field Office. For the most part, and with some stipulations, Alternative B would allow mineral development within the remaining 1.7 million acres of the Rock Springs Field Office. The BLM held 3 public meetings in September to discuss and solicit feedback on the proposed alternative for this RMP. The first was on Tuesday, September 19th at the Lyman Branch Library, the second on Tuesday, September 26th at the Big Piney Marbleton Town Hall, and the third on Wednesday, September 27th at the BLM Rock Springs Field Office, actually held at the Holiday Inn. We will be compiling and reviewing all the public feedback that we receive through public meetings and written comments, and we'll leverage it to shape our decision points moving forward in the NEPA process. The BLM's planning regulations require the agency to identify a preferred alternative, as we have here. However, the final plan can incorporate aspects of any of the alternatives presented in the draft. The BLM takes input received on the alternatives very seriously. We are now happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Co-Chairman Boner, please.
Oh, thank you once again for being here, and just remind the committee that, once again, these are the same folks that were approving oil and gas APDs like there's no tomorrow a few years ago. So don't want us to, shoot the messenger here. None of this, I'm pretty sure, is our idea. And once again, do appreciate you being here. But just to get going here, I think it's benefit me, at least, if you could just go over what the entire process is for this EIS. I know there's a government, say, for example, a governor's consistency review at some point. And so just a general overview of the process would be helpful. But also, in particular, I'm curious about who makes the decision, like what's their job title as to what the preferred alternative is at this point, and who makes the final decision on the ROD. That would be helpful for me.
Ms. Kirby?
Thank you. So I'll start with the process piece first, and I may at some point refer to Ms. Fleury because she is a NEPA expert and I am not. But in general, prior to us issuing the draft EIS, there were a number of meetings over the course of that entire preparation time with cooperating agencies within the state. So, and those teams really got together and developed kind of the suite of alternatives that you have. The alternative A, which is the no action, the alternative B, which is resource focused, alternative C, which is development focused, and then alternative D, which is kind of the balance in the middle. So they collectively developed that suite of alternatives. The job of that group was not then to select the preferred alternative. That's the agency is required to select the preferred alternative. And I would probably, the specific language says, the Secretary of the Interior working through the Bureau of Land Management. And so internally, the alternative that was selected is one that currently meets current administration's priorities. And so that is usually how that direction goes is, since we are a federal agency working for the administration, we select the alternative that best meets their priorities. So where we're at now, process-wise, obviously we've released this, and I think it's really important to stress this as a draft, and we truly legitimately want comments. We want substantive comments. We want people to review this draft and provide input on things they think are good, things they think are bad. And even sometimes you could look at the alternatives as a menu, right? An a la carte menu, and looking at considering all of the alternatives and how the final alternative may be better crafted to suit the local community. So we're interested in all of those comments on what people believe, especially we believe that people on the ground who using these lands and interacting with these lands and operating on these lands have the best knowledge. And so that input is very important. After that comment period closes, we analyze all public comments. And before we go out with the final draft, I believe we work through the governor's consistency review. But I would like to turn over to Ms. Fleury to kind of talk about the end state of the process up to before the decision gets issued.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair.
Would you pull that a little closer,
Oh,
please?
sorry. So we're at the point now, like as Associate State Director Kirby stated, that we're in the draft EIS process, which is where we're soliciting public comments and taking that feedback and making changes based on the public comments and feedback we receive. Once the 90-day comment period is concluded, we will issue a final EIS and the proposed RMP, which would then kick off the 60-day governor's consistency review process and 30-day protest period for members of the public. Working through the consistency process, because we've been working with the governor's office and cooperating agencies up until this point, usually the consistency process is pretty straightforward because any concerns that would have been brought forward would have been hopefully addressed at this point. If there are concerns with the consistency process, then we actually elevate some of those the resolution of those to our BLM director and above us. Your question regarding the signatory who makes the decision, it is delegated to our BLM Wyoming State Director. However, at times, that delegation has been lifted back up to the BLM director or at times the secretary, the ASLM position.
Follow-up? Co-chair?
Sorry, what was that last acronym, the secretary and the? what-
Sorry, the Assistant Secretary for Lands and Minerals, the ASLM.
That's it, the interior.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Winter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question relates to the rest of the state outside of the Rock Springs District. I spoke with the director or the manager there in Worland here the other day, and he indicated that they had just finished their RMP. And so my question, I guess, is what influence is this Rock Springs RMP going to have on the remainder of the state? Whether they have to redo some of these RMPs, or are they going to be in effect for a certain period of time? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Ms. Kirby.
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. Thank you for the question, Representative Winter. The Rock Springs RMP is specific to the Rock Springs Field Office, so it's not a guiding document for the rest of the state. It is very specific to the land that is within the Rock Springs Field Office. So we don't plan on issuing a decision on that and then starting to look at all of our RMPs across the state and turn them over. There's actually a process for us reviewing our resource management plan. It includes timing within each plan and where it's at. And so the Rock Springs RMP it stands on its own because it is only evaluated and analyze resources and activities within the confines of the Rock Springs Field Office. Is there anything I need to add, Ms. Fleury?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Winter. We are required by our planning regulations to undertake RMP evaluations every 5 years. And the Worland Field Office within the Bighorn Basin RMPs did just complete their RMP evaluation. And the outcome of those evaluations is to determine whether you do need to amend or revise that RMP. And the conclusion drawn by the Bighorn Basin District and the Worland Field Office was at this time, there was no need to amend or revise their RMPs. So as Associate State Director Kirby said, each field office RMP is sort of unique within that field office and doesn't dictate the future planning process for other field offices.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you excuse me, I'm a little skeptical here of what's going on with the BLM. I used to work for the outfit and in Rock Springs as well. And I just, it really concerns me that you say that the Rock Springs plan is just for the Rock Springs area, but yet it is adjacent to many mineral deposits in adjoining resource areas, and as well as grazing areas and we're talking about wild horses as well. And so I'm just skeptical of this whole proposal that's going on in Rock Springs. It seems to me that the BLM is disregarding proper environmental considerations about livestock and the natural resources that apply to them, as well as our mining and oil and gas. So if you'd like to comment on it, well, fine, but I just wanted to express my concern there. Thank you.
Director Kirby, would you like to comment?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the statement and the question. I think that's why I want to reiterate how important it is to review the draft and provide those comments, because we're not at decision period. We're at that period. This is the time where everyone has an opportunity to really craft the final decision. So I think it's really important that you put those concerns together and voice those concerns to kind of help direct us as we move towards our final decision. Because right now, until we have a new RMP, we still are operating under the old one, evaluating all types of uses under the old one. And hearing things like that and concerns like that is very valuable for us as we move forward into the second part of this process. Thank you.
So during the years of collaboration with local agencies on this plan, they were under the understanding that it was not the B alternative that they were working on. They were working on D, which was going to be more of in the middle. So you mentioned that this would speed up because there has been local participation, but the local participation, I don't think they were under the impression that they were going to be working on alternative B that is more conservative, as far as the most conservative alternative. They were focusing on alternative D. So to bypass and speed this up now, once the comment period is closed, Director Kirby, are we taking the local officials out of the picture by not allowing them to comment and work on that collaboration as they did in the past?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We absolutely are not taking the local opinion and local perspective out. And that's why, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's important to get those comments in and, identified and connected to the, the areas and the communities and the local municipalities that submit them. I think going back a little bit on the process before we went out to the draft, the process with the cooperating agencies to kind of develop that suite of alternatives, the piece of that process in NEPA, the intention there is not to select a preferred alternative, because the manner in which the NEPA process plays out is the agency is required to make that selection. So that's, I understand your point where you're coming from, is everyone was working on a suite of alternatives and no one was sure which alternative where we were going to go. I think the other piece that's really important for all of us to note, probably everyone notes or already knows, we've been working under this document under 3 different administrations. And as we all know, BLM, we always work for the administration, whoever the administration is, and each administration has different priorities. So I could see why in the beginning people weren't sure which priority or which alternative where we were going to lean. So I just want to acknowledge that comment, appreciate that you made it. I think I would like to also turn it over to Ms. Fleury. I want to make sure I understand this fully. You had asked, once the comment period closes, is the local input still going to be regarded? Am I getting that,
Yes.
capturing that correctly? Can you address that a little bit? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, so the BLM will meet regularly with cooperating agencies throughout the entire process. And it's our full intention, and Rock Springs' field office full intention, to continue meeting with those cooperating agencies who have been working on this plan since the beginning, and to get that more of that local input, local consideration. Cooperating agencies hold a special place in the whole land use planning and NEPA planning process, whereby they get to work alongside with the agency and have a little more information and influence over the plan process than just your general public. So our intent is then to continue meeting with the cooperating agencies as we move forward, including representatives of the governor's office and other state agencies.
That is good to know. Thank you very much. Senator Kolb, I figured you'd ask a question.
Well, I'd like to ask some. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I got to sit here and, I listen to all this pretty nice talk, pretty flowery, pretty hopeful about the process. I got to tell you, my constituents, as I represent Rock Springs and north of town, I think they feel like they're a frog in water that's getting hotter and hotter, and it's going to boil. Okay. Now, there's numerous points that I have to make, but I'd like to start off with the one that you make about commenting. My issue I take with that is the data provided in the Rock Springs RMP is in fact inadequate for my constituents to make a substantive or a substantive comment that you'll take as a comment. And then the rule is, unless you've made a substantive comment now, during this period, you cannot protest later on, as I understand your own rules. So basically, they're at a tremendous disadvantage. Now, what am I talking about? Okay, we'll talk about pages 4-258, comma 4.22.5, qualified economic impacts. This is just one example I pulled out. And I by no means am an attorney, and I haven't spent thousands of hours as your agency has spent developing these things. So I'm at a tremendous disadvantage, such as my constituents are, okay? So math was kind of my thing in college, so I just go down a few things that look kind of obvious to me, kind of jumped out. And it says, as per the 2016 alternate A list, these are qualified economic impacts, lists an economic output of $827 million versus alternate B lists, and I'm using 16 because that's the way you used, okay, which I noticed you neglected to talk about as one of the things that came up in the past, but I'll just stick to this. Alternate B lists a reduction to 168 million. The stated percent reduction is 56%. Now, I can tell you, anybody who has any presence about them mathematically, that was something wrong. So I run the numbers. Well, in fact, it's a negative 79.68%. Okay, so that's a misstatement right in your document. And it's very difficult to thread this out of there because of how it's put together, which is difficult for people to give you a substantive comment because of those reasons. This RMP, I went through many areas, and I'm not going to linger on every single one of them, but it's riddled with errors and omissions combined with misleading and inaccurate portrayals of your known facts. Not mine, yours. I don't know what you know, right? And you use words like would be greater, like saying impact would be greater or less. Use those words as it relates to a negative economic change. Well, my issue is your RMP should list a percentage of change to inform the public of that impact, and it does not. So there's all sorts of vague things in there that how is someone supposed to ascertain, tease out these things to comment about? Because according to your own rules, unless they're substantive, your comment doesn't count, okay? So that's really a large issue that I found within the document, that you're asking the public to comment during this particular time in the process, right? Because you've listened to these cooperators, which, I'm very displeased on the outcome of said B, C, and D, I might add, but you've listened to cooperators and that was their time. So now is the time for the public to comment. And, they're at a tremendous disadvantage. How in the heck are they going to comment? They can't make a comment that you're going to consider substantive. And that's my issue I take with it. You basically, you've neutered them. They can't say anything because they can't make a comment that you'll read. Now, there's one thing. Now let's broach over to the subject of public comments. I'd like to ask a question at this point in time, and that would be, do you believe the United States of America is a sovereign nation? I would like to hear what you have to say about that.
Director Kirby?
All right. Well, thank you for answering that, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, how in the God's green earth do you accept comments from the rest of the world as it's associated with the RMP? And this was testified to in other meetings, that you accept all public comments. And on that note, there's roughly 6.1 billion people living on this here planet. And Wyoming has a mere 500,000, I'm using rough numbers. We're outvoted 12,200 to 1. We've got a 0.1% commenting ability if everybody commented. I'm just using that as an equal number. And I find that inherently unfair. And I don't know when we lost our sovereignty that in the United States of America, citizens of the United States of America are considered equal to somebody living in communist China, in Russia, or wherever else can communicate to you folks around the world. And I do appreciate your comment that you do listen to local input, but I don't know how in the past you've commented that local input's considered the same as all input. Like there's no special classification for local input, which is another stripping the voice out of the people. So I think, my constituents are very frustrated with the position they find themselves in. They're not attorneys. They're not you, they're not me. They're just common folks enjoying the land. And this RMP strips that ability away from them if Plan B goes into effect. I'd also just go down to roads for a second. Sorry, Mr. Co-Chair, if I take up too much time here, but I think it's important about your road maps. Now, you're kind of talking out both sides of your mouth here. At one point in the RMP, you do discuss roads, mileages, roads. And in fact, in the 2016 RMP, you had a whole map. Well, said map has miraculously evaporated. So we don't have a map currently, right? So there's this big question about, well, just what are the roads? So when it comes to public comment, you're supposed to comment about a road that's closed that you don't know what road it is that closed? I mean, let's just think about this a second. So I got a hunting road and I'm going off doing my hunting and I'm told that, nope, can't use that road anymore. And you had never been given the opportunity to comment during the public commenting process because there's no known identified road. So what are you going to do? I mean, you're asking people to comment about impacts during this process, which is right now, and they can't do it because they don't have a substantive way of making a comment. So basically what are they going to say? And if they don't say it now, they can't say it later, right? Because they haven't logged a comment in to say that you disagreed with their comment later on. So, the BLM, so yet in 2016, the RMP revision, your document lists 18,539 miles in roads. And in some sort of mathematical alchemy, the BLM now in 2023 lists a total of 16,930 roads, mileage. So we got a net loss of 1,609 somehow now. And that isn't really the bone of contention here. The question is does the BLM count 2-track roads as roads? That's the first question. I'd like if you could answer that, if you could.
Is Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I'm going to refer to Ms. Fleury, but I believe it depends on where the road is located. But do you know the answer to that, or do we need to get back to you on that?
I think we'll need to get back to you on that.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. But you realize how important this is. And let me give some personality to this situation. So I'll back it up by saying in 2012, the county identified 2-track roads within Sweetwater County. They, in fact, identified 33,000 miles of 2-track roads, okay? Excluding BLM roads, excluding county roads, excluding state roads, right? That's just that one group of roads. A fellow named Mr. Lansing was going out hunting this last weekend and was pulled over by the BLM law enforcement person and said, well, what are you doing on this road? And he says, well, I'm going hunting down this road. I've been doing it for, long time. He's like, you can't be on this road. This is not a BLM road. You must leave. So under threat of getting a ticket, he left the area. Now, this is new. This has never happened to this person ever. And he's a lifelong resident of Sweetwater County. And this is one of 2 encounters that had happened over the weekend. Now, I'd like to show you what we had for a map that came off of your website. This, in fact, is the county map that was done while I was a county commissioner, and with cooperation with the Conservation District. These, and it's hard to see, these are all the roads that are identified. And I'd like to know what all you folks are doing to convey this information on what roads are not going to be a road during a public commenting period to the general public. And that's my concern. I'm not trying to shoot the messenger. I'm trying to protect the people that they voted for me to represent them. And I'm trying to do that as best I can. And I need your help. I need your help to understand this, because my people can't make a comment that's going to be substantive without data. And that's the boat we're left into. So it sounds great. You got a great process. You've done all this research and you did all these things, but at the end of the day, you've stripped the people's voice from them. And whether that's your intent or not, I personally probably not, but it is the outcome of this document. And I just find it, very frustrating as trying to do something in a positive way that improves us, because people feel like we're on a fast train going into a brick wall. Our way of life is going to be stripped from us. What they've done traditionally, hunting areas, recreating, off-road vehicles, I could go on and on about the impacts that are not included in this statement of economic change. Didn't include any of those things either. So I find it's missing a lot of things. It's missing a lot of things that help people comment. And I don't know what we can do about this late stage, but I wanted to convey the frustration to you that I have, that people have talked to me, and they have yet to really realize the totality of what this means to them. And it's going to be disastrous for my community. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
So Senator Kolb, I see a couple of questions in there that we can direct to the BLM. One of them is, do you have a map that shows the designated trails and roads that you could share with us that this alternative B was formulated upon? Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Without having the whole plan in front of me, I'm not sure. So I think Mr. Purdy is that something we could write down and give, or do you know, Jennifer? Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the
Ms.
travel,
Vorey.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The whole travel management planning portion of the RMP should not have been included in the draft that you saw. So we did make, as Senator Cole said, we did make several mistakes, and one of which is leaving some of those references to travel management planning within it. We did initially in 2011, when we started the planning process, we're considering including travel management planning within the plan, but we decided to pull it all out. And so no, there is no analysis or proposal or any kind of thing for anyone to review at this point regarding travel management planning. It will come following the decision and the implementation of the plan.
So at this point, Ms. Vorey, there is no reduction in the number of roads or trails that are going to be allowed to be used until that plan is actually brought to the forefront so that we can see it and comment on that separately. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, so yes, that is correct. And it would go through the same public planning process. So right now, all the existing roads and trails and OHV roads are what they always have been.
So they'll remain open until such time as this travel management plan is approved at a
Yes.
later date?
At a later date, which when it is initiated, it will be a full public process.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, sounds great. They told us in the last meeting, in fact, that it was an administrative decision on what roads they open and close past this period. Now, if that's changed, you weren't there, respectively, you weren't there. Now, how did then 2 residents of Sweetwater County get pulled over by the BLM law enforcement? And then I know one backed up, Mr. Lansing, left the area. How did it happen? Because it was it's almost, frankly, it looks just like you're implementing the plan that you currently have, and you're doing it right now. You're shutting down the roads. So my citizens are being harassed, for lack of a better word, by law enforcement. I'm sure they were told, go out there and do that. So I'd like to hear an explanation about how that happened. Because it's one thing to say, we're going to keep everything open. That's not true. Everything's not open. It's not open. And that was just one person. We only have, as I understand it, like one BLM law enforcement person in our area, let alone more. And on another question would be is, in this resource management plan, are there any employees that are you going to increase the BLM personnel by? I don't know what you want to call them. I'd call them law enforcement. within this document, do you have extra personnel that you are presenting within the RMP that you are going to hire in the Sweetwater County, area? Does anyone have an answer to that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Senator Kolb. I think addressing the incident this weekend without having further details, which if you want to send them to us, we're happy to research what happened. Without having further details, it's hard for us to comment on that specific issue with law enforcement. I would say, as far as your question regarding, are we currently implementing the future Rock Springs RMP through our law enforcement this weekend? The answer is no. That it's not legal for us to actually implement that and send out law enforcement rangers to follow up on some plan that hasn't been approved. It's not final, there's no decision. To my knowledge, no law enforcement officer was given that order to go out and do that. So it'd be helpful, I think, maybe to separate that. If you want us to follow up, we're happy to do that. Just send us a specific information around that, and we're happy to follow up with you and get you a little more information on that incident. And then I think regarding your second question, about staffing. So it's important to stress that this is a management plan. It's not an implementation plan. So it doesn't address future staffing. It doesn't address how we would be implementing things, where we would be implementing things, and how we would be staffing those. So we're not looking at, okay, are we going to beef up a bunch of law enforcement staff to enforce our plan going forward? And then I would also say, based on our budget, there's no extra budget for us to hire additional law enforcement rangers. We have, I believe, 12 rangers right now covering 18 million acres of public lands throughout the state of Wyoming. We are looking at getting across the state maybe additional law enforcement rangers because we don't have funding for that, but it has nothing to do with the plan. It's just more for safety of both our public and our law enforcement officers, because that's a lot of land to cover for that small amount of people. But specifically related to the Rock Springs RMP, we have at this point no plans to hire additional law enforcement, nor do we have funding, nor do we have a staffing analysis that will identify where and how we're going to implement specific things, because it's not an implementation plan.
Thank you, Director. For clarification, Director Kirby, one of the points that Senator Kolb brought up was that the comments are accepted worldwide, and I want to clarify that. So does a person that is outside of the United States and not a U.S. citizen have equal weight as one that is within the United States and a U.S. citizen?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think this is a really important question, and I'm glad that it was brought up. You know, the law surrounding NEPA and the regulations and policies are made way above, they're made in Congress and they're made way above us. So we are required, since NEPA is a federal organization, we are required to follow the rules of NEPA. And so all public comments, we are required to take in all public comments. It's not a voting process. So we wouldn't say, like Senator Kolb said, if someone from Communist China voted and someone from Rock Springs voted, it's not a one-to-one voting process. We've been talking about substantive comments. It's about what is included in the comment. The piece that I think it's important for people in Wyoming and for the citizens that live and interact with the Rock Springs field office, you do have the upper hand, not officially per the law, but you have the upper hand because you understand the resource, you understand the impacts of what's happening there, you understand how the economy is impacted, you understand how people's livelihood are impacted, and you know what's happening there with industry. You also know, the endangered species and what kind of habitat is located there. So that's where local input is really important, because it's based on personal experience. It's based on that knowledge of living and recreating and working in the area where the plan impacts. By law, we have to take in all public comment, but again, when we go through our reviews, we really take all the comments seriously. And we would take a comment seriously from another country because we have to and we're required to. And this is where we have been encouraging people from the state to put in their comments, because they're going to have a lot of value, because people are going to be able to have that laser focus on specific pieces of the plan that they think might have impacts to their well-being, et cetera, and they can actually provide reasons why they would and give us that detailed information, whereas someone from another country or even another state, West Virginia or Georgia, might not be able to have that same articulation around an issue.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions? Representative Carver, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So that being said, is there a verification process that you're going to follow to, I know people don't lie typically in this world, but what if someone was to lie and pretend they were from Rock Springs and they weren't?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for that question, Representative Tarver. We don't, when we're tallying the comments, we don't, we have forms we fill out and put down, who people are, where they said they're from, et cetera. But it's when we get down to the actual substance of the comment, because you're right, someone could be from Florida and have they might like some certain mouse species or something that they love, and so they just comment on every time they see that on a federal document. We're not going to weigh the fact that they say they're from Rock Springs. We're going to look at, did they, what pieces of this document do they have issues with? What, potential decisions do they have issues with? What are their specific concerns, and how do they think it would be better? So we're going to look at it from that perspective, because we do realize, right, we have no way, we're going to get tens of thousands of comments on this. We have no way to be like, let's see if Mr. Jones is from Tallahassee or Rock Springs. So I think that's a really great question that you ask. And so we'll look at the substance.
Follow up, Representative Tarver?
Thank you. That's very concerning, because we have some incredibly smart people that can, they're wordsmiths. I'm not one of them, obviously, but that's very concerning that we can have some outside influence that, how would you know?
Okay, any other questions?
Mr.
Comment?
Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry. Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of piggybacking off of that, we're having great conversations in Wyoming about AI regulation, and I think anyone who's been spending time on the internet has been kind of experimenting on what AI could, mean for their entertainment or even for work purposes. So I am kind of curious if there is anything that the BLM is talking about when it comes to these kind of technological developments that could maybe sway public opinion, because it is a little scary to think of a robot generating comments submitted under aliases
Very good.
and skewing things. So I'm just kind of curious if that's even something that's on your radar.
Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Senator Ellis. It's not an active discussion we're having right now. We don't have the technology to combat it. I think it's and not because it's not a legitimate concern. I think there may be legitimate concerns out there. One piece, if there's a robot generating the same comment under multiple different names and putting in 1,000 times, that's only going to count as one comment, I think. So that's something, when we get a form letter or the same comment multiple times, it counts as one comment. It's when there's different substance in there. But I believe, and I might ask Mr. Purdy if you've heard anything in the communications world about us focusing on AI.
Mr. Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I haven't heard anything regarding like a ChatGPT or any kind of countermeasures for artificial intelligence, but I will echo what Director Kirby said. We see this a lot when we're talking about wild horses, right? A wild horse advocacy group will send us 10,000 copies of the same letter. That's a great job organizing your group, but that's one comment. It's a form letter. So if somebody came and sent us, 10,000 ChatGPT comments about whatever topic, it's creative thinking, but it's one comment.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up, Senator?
just to follow, I think that's the distinction. Is I've seen, and I've worked in this space where I remember fax machines coming in. It's all the same fax, right? The same language, same comment, and that's counted as one. That's where I think AI is different, because then you can generate, instead of 10,000 comments or postcards or faxes or emails, they could all be unique and different. And so I'm just kind of curious. I know you don't have an answer, but I think that's my concern is all of a sudden, if we're not verifying to some degree that these are actual human beings, you could receive 10,000 different comments from all over the country from essentially one robot or one person with an agenda. So I just kind of want to log that concern, and if you find any additional information about if the BLM's kind of thinking about those issues, I think that would be helpful for us to know.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Any comment from the BLM, Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I agree. I don't know that we have a good answer, but I think it's something we probably need to follow up internally and start talking with our headquarters office. And maybe there's things there talking about already that we're not aware of. So thank you, Senator Ellis, appreciate that.
Okay. Co-Chairman Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, thank you all for being here. My first set of questions deal with economic impact, and particular appendixes N and O. NO, I think that is fortuitous that, they spell no together, but two separate economic analysis, but say basically the same story about your preferred alternative, which is roughly $1 billion every year of reduced economic output with alternative B as an outlier with all the other three options. I might have a separate question about how you came up with the bookends when this is the only bookend that's way outside the lane of all the other so-called alternatives. Unfortunately, this is the one you're going with. And so I want to talk about that and highlight that. That's a massive hit. And we'll start there. What is the definition of economic output? Is that similar to gross domestic product? How's it different? Can you just elaborate a little bit on the economic analysis and what that actually means?
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fleury, do you have background to expound on that, or do we need to kind of take a deeper look at that chart and maybe get back to you? Okay, I think we might need to look at, you're talking N and O, got that, that was easy, thank you. So we'll take a look at that and we can get back to you. Mr. Purdy's writing that down and we'll get back to you.
I'm
on
looking
that
at
piece.
table N-7, for example, and
Okay.
that first economic analysis. And I mean, if it's similar to gross domestic product, last I checked, our state's gross domestic product is low $40 billion. And so alternative B would reduce that number by 1 billion. That's just on federal lands. I'm assuming that's not including the impact it would have on private or state lands. Is that correct? This is only federal lands. Is that correct? When you do your economic analysis, is only on federal lands, or does that extend to the impact this policy would have on state and private lands?
Director Kirby.
Ms. Fleury, do you know?
Yes, Chairman, Senator Boner, the cumulative impacts would include all the impacts associated with that action on state and private.
Okay.
So it would include.
Okay. So that is, but still concerning at $1 billion roughly out of 40 some odd billion dollars with goods and services that's produced in the state. I think that's kind of the bottom line for me. But also in that same economic analysis appendices, you have the impact on workforce or jobs supported by federal lands. And once again, a similar story, reduction of 3,000 jobs in an area that last I checked, I thought the population was in this Rock Springs management area is 118,000 people roughly, if I remember correctly. So you're talking, when I read that, 3,000 jobs being lost. Is that a correct analysis of those appendices?
Ms. Pori.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, yes, the information in there is what we use to make that analysis. So those estimates would be correct.
Okay. Just want to highlight that massive impact, 3,000 jobs in an area with 118,000 people. And that's only, it seems like in your economic analysis, you're only assuming that the negative impacts are going to be in the energy industry. So I have a question about that maybe a little bit later when we'll get into more testimony from our recreation groups, from our agricultural groups. I understand you won't be directly, say, removing too many AUMs. I think it's about 6,000 AUMs you're removing this document, but there's also all these other layers you're piling on with, not using non-lethal predator control methods. In example of agriculture, you seem to be taking a step back from effective weed management as well. That will clearly have the effect of reducing economic output for our ag producers. I think Senator Kolb covered the recreation concerns very well with the plan or lack thereof, apparently with the transportation and travel plan. And so I'm concerned that your $1 billion every year reduction in the 3,000 jobs that will be lost, according to our own analysis, is incomplete because it doesn't take into effect the negative impact this plan will have on agriculture and recreation.
Director.
And so, yeah, feel free to respond, I guess.
Director Kirby.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you for those comments. I was kind of writing down some of your points. And so, I mean, we will, when we get back, we will dig a little more into that chart and look at it. But I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think that's why it's important we have those economic impacts out there. Thank you.
And Senator Kolb, another question.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to be clear about Sweetwater County, in that area between Rock Springs and Green River, there's 35,000 people that live there, and that is the lion's share of the support people that work in the oil field industry come out of that area. So it is a massive impact. And I concur with Senator Boner that there has been an incomplete analysis of the causational effect of reducing the minerals and extractive industries jobs for everybody else that is in that area. I mean, it's an underestimate. It's been underestimated. I have a question specifically about what your definition of natural state is as used in this RMP document. What exactly? Because I'm confused. I read it. My interpretation, I have no answer because I don't know what point in time you're referring to a natural state. You know, is it 50 years ago, 100, 10,000, the dinosaurs, when the planet was molten? I don't know what that means. So could you please tell me how you came up with the definition in your mind of natural state?
This is as a respect of returning the environment to its natural state.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator Kolb. Director Kirby, any comment on that?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kolb. I'm not sure, I don't know if we have a specific definition in the plan. This might be a situation where we'd have to get back to you because I'm not sure if there's an actual, if you said you read the definition and that didn't make sense, or there was a specific area that was being described as a natural state. It's probably not the molten phase, I can tell you that.
Good. That's very good. Thank you, Mr. The chance to respond. Yeah, I hope not. The question is really a natural state's not going to include people. All right? That's a natural state before people existed. So that's one of them. So the reason why I brought it up, there is no clear definition of what natural state is. You lead the reader to kind of fill in the blanks from the way I read the document. So once again, we're talking about public comment. What the heck are they supposed to understand what natural state is? It might be unique to everybody without a definition. And then second follow-up is a right-of-way question. Your right-of-way map will basically shut down east-west corridors within Sweetwater County the way it's written. I believe they've already said, oh yes, we must, address this map because the map doesn't allow for, green energy projects and any corridors, any power lines, any pipelines aren't able to be done because of the way the right-of-way map is constructed. I guess my question is, if the right-of-way map's in question, how do you rectify that and when do you rectify that? Is that an internal decision? Like when I was originally told about the roads, I said it was a department decision? Or how do you comment about the right-of-way specifically? Like if it's a general issue with traversing east-west, the way that map is laid out, you can't get across Sweetwater County because it's checkerboard. So that is a general question. Are you aware of this, or are you looking into it, or just what's your current, I guess, thought on your right-of-way map, how it's constructed? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Director Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Boner. I wanted to step back to your previous question quickly. You said something about excluding people in natural state. There's nothing in the plan that excludes people from accessing the public. So I think it's really important, even under the current alternative, it's really important to get that for the record. Regarding the rights of way map, I'll be frank, I'm not familiar. I mean, again, this is not an implementation plan. So if we got application for rights of way, we would analyze them individually. I would like to ask Ms. Fleury if she would have anything to add on that situation.
Thank you, members of the committee. I don't know specifically the right-of-way map that you're referencing.
Let me add on to that question. We heard in some of your testimony when we were talking about carbon storage that the administration is very favorable towards carbon storage and green energy, yet some of these maps that we're seeing in this RMP proposal limits rights of way for pipelines and infrastructure. So I just want to get clear in my mind, will there be a preferential treatment for rights of way? If it's for green energy, maybe they will allow this, but if it's for fossil fuel, they probably won't. Is there a preferential treatment for rights of way in this management plan that's coming forward? Or if it says no rights of way, it's no rights of way for anything? Director?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Representative Heiner. Whatever the final decision is in the plan, we will be, whether it's for, a rights of way for a wind project, for a carbon sequestration or any other green energy project, we will be required to apply the record of decision and the decisions made in the resource management plan in the same manner we would for any other use. So we wouldn't be allowed to give preference to something because we kind of like that more and we want to do that more. We have to apply the same criteria. Each time a right-of-way request is submitted, we're required to go back to the resource management plan. What does it say? Are there any other plans that are in place here, other issues that we have to analyze for each right-of-way? So we wouldn't have the ability or the authority to treat some rights of way differently. And in fact, it would be a really big risk for us because we would easily lose that in court. We could be challenged in court for violation of Administrative Procedures Act, and it'd be really hard for us to win that. Say, no, we kind of like this one better than the other one.
Good answer. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, follow-up. Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. You mentioned there are going to be areas that are, you're not excluded from getting to, say, for exclusionary areas. But I think, I understand this to be, you have to put a qualifier in there, on foot. There is many areas where no motorized access is allowed on your proposed B alternatives. So I don't know if anybody in China or Russia is listening to this, but you're not walking in there in a day and walking out in a day. You have areas within the Rock Springs RMP that is physically impossible to get in and out of, and that's during good weather. And I would then argue that those areas are wilderness, certainly during the wintertime. You have no access to get in there. But to try to portray you can still have access is a misnomer. I would think there's ADA violations. There's all sorts of things that you're denying people the ability to access said public lands. So it's on foot. You agree that there's areas within this document that the only way you can get in there is in fact on foot, non-motorized. And that's a bicycle. Some of the areas are actually more onerous than wilderness for restrictions on access. So for us in our county, those areas are in fact going to become a de facto wilderness because you can't get in there. You're not walking in there. I mean, I don't know any person crazy enough to do it, but you don't have a way to walk in 100 miles and get the heck out of there, okay? Unless you're some mountain man that doesn't want to be found. But barring that, you agree, though, that there's areas that's on foot only, no motorized devices used in these areas. And I can get the specifics out. Obviously, there's 1,300 pages plus past documents, so I apologize for not having all the information in front of me. But I'd just like to hear your answer about the restricted access being on foot only. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Boner, I'm not sure. I want to make sure I understand your question, or sorry, Senator Kolb, I want to make sure I understand your question. I was looking down at one name tag and looking at someone else. Apologies for that. I want to make sure I understand your question. So I had heard you state, there was that natural state meant no people. And I think I was just merely stating that that's not our intention for natural state, is that there's no people anywhere. You are absolutely correct. I think there's a lot of areas in the Rock Spring field office that people can't access now unless they're on foot. There's a lot of remote areas. It's a very, very large area. So I don't know the ins and outs of again, without having a travel management plan, without having the maps in front of me, I don't know the ins and outs of what's motorized, non-motorized. I don't know the area the way that you do. You obviously know it much better than me. So I wanted to just address that. I don't think we look at natural state or even wilderness areas as excluding people from them. So, I mean, you're correct. There's some areas that are only accessible on foot. I don't know which ones those are.
Moving along, Co-Chair Boner.
So moving back to the right-of-way discussion a little bit, I have some information here that says that you're designating a little less than 2.5 million acres as right-of-way exclusion area, the preferred alternative. I just want to make sure that I understand what that means. That means that there's no right-of-ways granted. Is that correct?
Director?
Thank you. I'm going to defer to Ms. Fleury on this.
Ms. Morey?
I'm not looking for verification number. What is the definition of a right-of-way exclusion for your planning purposes? What does that mean?
Members of the committee, Senator Boner, yeah, an exclusion area is where no right-of-ways would be granted.
Okay.
That is correct.
How does that treat current right-of-ways? Can they be renewed, or does that affect any current right-of-ways that may already exist?
My understanding is that that would not affect current right-of-ways because that would not be new surface disturbance.
Okay, so everything you have now would be sort of frozen in place, which itself is concerning when you have obviously the checkerboard. Maybe somebody wants to build a house on their private property. If they have no ability to access that or to get, say, a power, across your portion of the checkerboard to that land, with that, even if they want to develop for something that's primarily on private or state land, would that exclude you from doing anything in terms of right-of-ways?
Ms. Morey?
Yes, if the area surrounding the checkerboard is an exclusion area, it would be difficult to do that. However, I will say that if it's checkerboard, it's probably not an exclusion area for that reason.
Follow-up? Senator?
I have a similar one on trailing permits. That's
Okay, go ahead.
Going back to the impact on agriculture. It's my understanding, I think I even saw something on 60 Minutes about people trailing livestock large distances in this neck of the state. And I think somebody noticed, a student observer noticed that there's no mention of trailing permits in alternative B. There seems to be in C and D. So I was wondering if we can get some clarification on that. Why is there no discussion of trailing permits?
Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to see if we know that answer. We need to get back to you. Ms. Fleury, do you know? Okay, I think we're going to have to get back to you. So making sure, so Mr. Purdy can write it down. There's no reference to trailing permits in B, but there are in C and D.
That's my
correct?
understanding.
Okay, thank you.
And that's, I guess, leads to another question, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the lack of a transportation plan, it seems clearly, was removed at some point in your process. And I point out that there's still references in transportation access section on page 4-187, which refers to section 4.18, which is not, it seems like that's where your transportation access section was. So another oversight there, just so you know. But just wondering, so it seems like you just pulled it out of the document. It seems clear to me from the errors that are, that reference that section that doesn't exist. And so, and that's part of the problem, I think, is that you don't even reference what the plan is moving forward. So you have an RMP that affects apparently everything else, except for this. I'm just wondering why that is. I mean, what happened internally where you were discussing this, then all of a sudden you just pull it out arbitrarily and rather sloppily. And I just wondering if you could shed any insight into that, that'd be helpful.
Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Fleury to talk a little bit about the history. I think you are familiar with the decisions that were made regarding the travel management plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Morey?
Thank you. Senator Boner, members of the committee. We did initially, as I stated, intend to include travel management planning within the whole RMP process. However, once we went down that path, we were, I guess, told by our headquarters office that is not how we should be doing it. While you can look at implementation level decisions in a land use planning process, it is not recommended to do that. And so once we were told that you can make the decisions after the fact is when we decided that we would pull all of that out. So that was, I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was when we decided to remove the transportation planning stuff from the RMP, but it was as a result of advice of our headquarters staff.
Your national headquarters?
Yes, national headquarters.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the BLM? Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I found that reference that I was talking about, so if you indulge me a second. It says under alternative B, route designations from travel management plan would be applied. Within the area designated as limited to designated roads and trails, 2,352 miles of routes would be managed as open to vehicle use. About 67 miles of routes would be limited to non-motorized and non-mechanized use. 4,505 miles of routes will be closed to all use. 10,006 miles of routes of linear disturbances will be removed from the transportation network and allowed to return to natural conditions. So that's kind of a synopsis of where those numbers were coming from, just to help out. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. So Director Kirby, it's my understanding the travel management plan has been pulled out of this, and those numbers don't mean anything at this point because we will see those again. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is actually correct. And I think this example you bring up, I believe it's the same one, and underscores the importance of people reviewing this document. That was an error that should not have been in the document. That was a holdover from the old travel management plan. And we actually, I think someone in the press caught that for us and brought it to our attention, and that will be removed. I think we've gone out publicly saying that will be removed. I think it's a key indicator. As you've pointed out, this document is quite large. We've read it many, many times, and we did miss removing that. We removed it from the other section, but forgot to remove it from that section. So you're right, it is no longer applicable. It's an error that will be taken out of the final plan.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. But the public has this document in front of them, and you're asking the public to comment about this document, which has this information in it. Now, is it going to be some sort of official position change that you're going to advertise so the public knows that that's going to be removed before the end of this public commenting period? I mean, that's a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kolb, we've already put this out. We've already made multiple public announcements that we are taking this out, and I would like Mr. Purdy to maybe elaborate a little further on that process, if that's okay.
Mr. Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator Kolb, the language you read, I do believe the field manager, Kimberly Foster, that language was brought to her attention at the Rock Springs Commission meeting. It was relayed to me probably about 20 minutes before I went live on a radio station. And, I addressed it during that interview that we would be removing that language. That's straight from Kimberly. On behalf of the agency, I think Kimberly would like to apologize. I'll apologize to Human Endeavor. We made a mistake. But the language you read, it will appear in slightly different formats throughout Chapter 4, will be removed.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Ellis, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I missed this. I know we've had a big discussion on this. With that gigantic document, can you give us just a little sense of how much of it was written by staff, your staff from the BLM that are physically located in Wyoming, or maybe a regional office, or from the Washington office? I am always kind of curious how these big RMP plan revisions and alternatives get drafted.
Director Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The document is predominantly written by staff in BLM Wyoming. We will hire contractors, but we oversee the contract, and that includes people at the field office, people at the district office, and people at the state office. And Ms. Fleury, is there any other writers we should include that I didn't reference?
Members of the committee, yes, Director Kirby is correct. The majority of the work is undertaken by the staff at the Rock Springs field office, and it comes to the state office for review and input based on our policy and guidance, and there is a required headquarters review, but the discretion to accept or modify the document based on comments received from both the state and the headquarters office remains at the field office level. So it is predominantly the field office's work.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator? Okay. Any other questions before we let the co-chair Boner?
Yeah, well, I'll just direct your attention to paragraph T.4, page T35 on the appendices. I think it represents a lot of my concern, at least. I'll just read it from your document says any use of the natural resources within the planning area is likely to adversely impact long-term productivity of these natural resources. As a sixth-generation rancher, I think that is a bogus statement. It's not scientifically sound. When you're dealing with a regenerative resource like grass, like wildlife, it's actually the opposite is true. The worst thing you can do is leave it alone. And so I don't know how that got in there. I'm under the impression that you're supposed to have scientifically sound statements in your documents. I like to highlight that one sentence. I think it's factually unsound and scientifically unsound and reflects my concerns. If I could boil it down to a nutshell, that's it. That and the massive impact you're having on the people of the state of Wyoming with Alternative B through lost jobs, lost economic output. So I guess I don't have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Well, then, Co-Chair Boner, I'll follow that up with a question. So as we put in comments, if we submit a comment, Director Kirby, as a legislative body, say the Select Federal Natural Resources Committee, will that carry any more weight than if I do it as Joe Blow citizen? So as we carry, if we decide to submit comments as legislative bodies, as a governor's office, as a select committee, that does carry some weight. Is that correct?
Thank you for your
Director?
question. I mean, this body, yes, has some weight, especially because it is really important that we are working with our partners in the state of Wyoming. And so seeing a comment from this committee would be critically important. You know, regarding a numerical weight, obviously we don't hand those out, but it would be critically important to understand that because some of you especially directly represent the citizens that are impacted by this plan. So it would be significant and be taken very seriously. And it'd be very helpful. A lot of the things that have come up today, you know, the points that you brought up, Senator Boner, I think are really important for us to have those in writing. Those would be very helpful for us as we're going through our analysis.
Thank you, Director. That's all we ask, is to have a seat at the table so that we could work collaboratively, so that we could come together with a solution that'll work for all. And we may not all get what we want, but we want something we can live with. So thank you very much. And thank you for your time being here. This has been difficult. For the past month, you've had a lot of discussion over this. It's probably very high on your priority and chewing up a lot of your time. So I appreciate you taking the time to be here in front of this committee.
Thank you.
All right. Did you have more questions, Senator? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Senator
Co-Chair,
Bowe.
I'd like to ask the question about raptor nests. And the position, as I read in the document, that states that any historically existing raptor nest will be considered an active raptor nest and then have all the protections as it would have if it was a raptor nest. Now, this all goes back to the travel management plan, I suppose, in a way. It's certainly public, you know, the public be able to be around those areas, but is that exactly how you're gonna stand on the raptor nest? That if it back, I don't know, 50 years ago, they said there was a raptor nest existing and that's gonna be considered active? Question?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to defer to Ms. Fleury if we know
Fleury.
the answer to that.
Yes, thank you, Senator Cole, members of the committee. We're actually in the process of updating definitions for active and unoccupied raptor nests. So I believe that is probably a holdover from a previous era and will be updated between draft and final as to what an occupied versus inactive versus active nests mean.
And I might ask the question, Alternative A, which is the current management plan, includes inactive raptor nests as something that we have to be protective of. That is not changed from current management practices right now, because you know, in my business life, we had to stay away from inactive raptor nests as well as active. So that's really not a big change. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, but I can get back to you with more correct information.
Co-Chair Boner.
Thought I was done, but we're not. So, but the biggest change, I think, with Alternative B is you're increasing the radius that is
Yes.
protected around those raptor nests from, I forgot what the status quo is, but to 2 miles. And so what impact would that have, say, on this mysterious travel plan that and there's seasonal closures associated with those Raptor stipulations. Would that apply to any motorized traffic?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Boner, I think without having the plan finalized, it's hard, again, to speculate on how that radius would impact, future use within there. So I don't know that we can answer that question today.
Follow up, Senator.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Co-Chair. So the understanding I had about the raptor nests were historic raptor nests, not inactive. Okay, so there's 3 categories. Occupied, not active, which I assumes a nest that no birds in it, and then historic. And my fear is it's going to be like a sage grouse leks on how they came about to be. They just became some arbitrary and capricious name you attached to some area because someone put it down on a piece of paper. And so that's what my concern was, the inactive historic nests and what are they considered? And is there a catalog listing of historic nests for raptors? On top of all this, I'll just and the comment is, on one hand, we kill them in wind turbines, and now here we go, protecting them wherever they may choose to nest, I guess, in the future. But particularly, what about historic nests? How are they categorized, and what is your criteria for that kind of categorization of a nest of that type? Thank you, Mr. Coach.
Ms. Vore, that sounds like a question for you.
Thank you, Senator Cole. Representative Heiner, I'm sorry, we'll have to get back to you on that.
So do you have a definition of historic versus inactive? Is there a different delineation between those?
I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much.
Looking down here for Mr. Co-Chair.
All right, now we'll hear from the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, Mr. McKee. Those seats are pretty warm.
I'm sweating bullets back there.
So please state your name for the record, Mr. McKee.
Yeah, Colin McKee with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, and I'd like to just start with the tip of the cap to the BLM staff. I can't imagine any of them woke up this morning wanting to come to this committee, but to sit through it and answer the questions the best they can, that's a real pretty incredible thing from them. It's unfortunate that the person that made the decision didn't decide to come here and feel what's going on in this room right now, or understand what's going on in Sweetwater County or in the Rock Springs field office. So yeah, just tip of the cap to BLM staff that is here. So I'll go through quickly because I know there's probably a lot of people that want to talk. I'll just explain to you how PAW is going through our process to review the RMP and try to come up with some positions on it. So first, we did last week send a letter to the BLM requesting that they withdraw the RMP. Our rationale behind that is alternative B only allows for future oil and gas development on existing oil and gas leases. So they respect valid existing rights, but it takes any future leasing out of the field office away. And if you read the Federal Land Management and Policy Act, FLPMA, it specifically states that any withdrawal of public lands for a specified use, that authority is only granted with Congress. And so my reading of that is they have taken oil and gas development away from the Rock Springs field office, except for the places where they cannot do it because there's a legal right for it. So we're very appreciative of the governor and number of other entities that have requested withdrawal, anticipating that request is not going to come through. We are reviewing the document. And so I've identified about 40 to 50 management objectives in the RMP that would affect oil and gas development one way or another. And these are just the specific management objectives. what we're doing is what I'm anticipating we will do, since we don't have alternative D to work from necessarily, we're put in a position of having to fend against alternative B, is we're going to go through each one of the 4 alternatives, likely not look at B very much, but primarily look at A, C, and D, and try to develop a position on each one of these management positions or objectives that we think we can work with. Doesn't have to be what's existing. It may be, if there's some compromise or if it's just way out of base, whatever it is, we're going to go through line by line in this and try to come up with a substantive comment to the BLM and reflect what it is we need to be able to operate out there. In addition to the management objectives, there are all the appendices, which you all are talking about. There's best management practices, there's waivers, exceptions, and I know Esther knows that, WIMs. Thank you, modifications. There, air quality, there's reclamation standards, there's those appendices really do carry a lot of weight, as much weight as the actual text in the RMP. So there is a lot to cover in this to make sure that we're not missing anything.
And Mr. McKee, when you come up with those bullet points, could you share them with us, this committee, as well as with the BLM?
Mr. Chairman, I would love to. I may ask for a fee. So,
we're here to help you, not to.
Yeah,
not to
no,
enrich.
I know. No, Mr. Chairman, that was a joke. I would be happy. I do think, PEW, number of organizations in this room and not here right now, we are trying our best to have a coordinated approach on this. So we support each other to the extent possible, and we make the strongest position that we can. And so whatever we can provide to the legislature to support that position, we'd be happy to do. The one thing, economic consequences of alternative B are known. The one thing I wanted to just hit on here is, so everything that is not currently leased is going to be removed from future oil and gas development. To your point on the right-of-ways, so existing oil and gas leases can continue to develop, but if you have a lease that either has room for more wells or does not have wells on it now, you'll have to get an APD. And that APD will have conditions of approval that tier from the new RMP. So your existing lease has valid existing rights from whenever it was purchased. Anything new you want to do, you have to abide by this RMP. So that's going to make development difficult on existing leases. The other point on for rights of way, if you go drill, a few new wells on that lease and you need to get, electric line out to the site, or you need to get gathering lines to get your product out, you now have to get a right of way with the new provisions in the RMP. So, the removal of future development from areas not already leased is a concern. The restriction or the weight that it's going to put on existing leases is something that's really hard to predict, but is something we're really going to focus on because it is a major concern. And just the final note, and on a happy one, everything that we're trying to fight against or pull back in this RMP, don't forget that it does not address sage grouse, and that's coming in a few months. So we're going to have to work really hard to keep things, operating in Rock Springs, and sage grouse will come out, and we'll have to put on their gloves to do it all the way across the state. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Any questions for the Petroleum Association? Seeing none, I have one. I try to be an optimistic person. So as you review this have you reviewed this document? Have you found anything that you like and encouraged by, that you want to honk your horn and say they did this right?
Mr. Chairman, I would assume they got the cost estimate on the front of the EIS pretty close. So I live in a world of looking at regulations and things coming down. So I have a stash of armadillo hats in my office. So I tend to go to the negative side, and I apologize for that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McKee.
Yep.
I hope the rest of your day turns out better. All right, the Wyoming Game and Fish.
Good afternoon. I'm Angie Bruce, the Deputy Director.
Yes.
Angie Bruce, the Deputy Director at Wyoming Game and Fish. Thank you for having me here today and discussing this very important subject. So I'm going to second what Colin said regarding our state BLM office and add to that our regional office that went through this process with us the last decade. When they are able to do their jobs, we can be very effective. And in this case, as we know, the decision was not in their hands, and therefore we're all struggling. So just kudos to them for all their work and working with us closely and helping us also to understand this 1,300-page document as we go through. But today I'm going to focus on two main areas that I really want to stress to you guys. There's lots of nuances, lots of things to be concerned about. You guys brought up a lot of them. The predator issue, being able to spray invasive species, being able to do conservation work on the ground. So many issues that our comments will focus on, but two main ones I want to talk about today. First, a little bit about the process. You guys know that the Game and Fish has been a cooperator. We've been at the table for 12 years. And when you're a cooperator and having those meetings, you really spend a lot of attention on what you think is the preferred alternative. So we have spent so many hours. We take land management planning so seriously. I did not tally the hours from our staff, but it's in the thousands. And we really spent it working on the Alt-D, because that's really what the compromise is, what realistically will work on the ground for wildlife and the people of Wyoming. So it is unfortunate that the preferred alternative is B. The department was shocked. We're not supportive of B. We prefer D. We thought we would be once this rolled out, we thought we would be finessing D to make it even better. And that's a lot easier than what we're at today. So a lot of work ahead of us in the next so many days to make sure that our comments reflect all of our concerns. So with that, I want to focus on two areas. First of all, I'd like to focus on our designated sublet mule deer corridor and how they represented it in Alt-B. If you look in Alt-D, it's actually represented quite well. It refers to the state's EO. It refers to the state's management, and it talks about mitigating impacts and having a plan with the developer. Exactly what we do in this state and do it well. The reason why we have these iconic migration corridors left, the largest ones, the longest ones in the world, is because we know how to do it in Wyoming. And Alt-B does not do that. Alt-B places an ACEC on that migration corridor. In addition to the migration corridor border, it adds an extra half-mile buffer around the corridor and applies the same protections. It makes it NSO, and it has no new leasing, huge restrictions, wide-ranging restrictions, and with that half-mile buffer as well. They have flat out ignored the peer review science that talks about what is needed to sustain that corridor. And from a Game and Fish perspective, them doing this does not allow us to do our job and manage big game in the state. Our executive order is really outstanding. It's the only one, the first one and the only one like it in the nation, because Wyoming has stepped up and said, we know how to protect our wildlife. And to be honest, by the federal government doing this, it's sort of a slap in the face to all the work that we have done. And really where it comes down to it is our executive order puts some protections on the corridor, right, with development, but it gives us the ability to move infrastructure around. It doesn't say no development, except like in bottlenecks, very critical areas. So when you put an NSO on the federal lands in the corridor, it shoves the infrastructure off onto private lands. It doesn't give us the flexibility that we need to work with proponents in the state. We have a long history of working and finding a way to sustain development and to sustain our wildlife, and we're not able to do it under this circumstance. And so secondly, the issue I want to bring up is just the overall feel of the document. It's a huge hit to the science community. making land management decisions for wildlife that ignore the peer-reviewed science is really, it's really insulting to all of us wildlife managers. My phone blew up from all my counterparts across the West who do what I do when this came out. They could absolutely not believe it because it either lacks the reference to peer review science or it inaccurately represents it. And so really what our comments are going to be focused on is the migration corridor and the science of the document in general. So we will, just like Colin talked about, we will continue to be at the table. We're extremely frustrated and disappointed, as all of you. But as you heard the BLM talk about, there'll be future cooperator meetings, and we will go and try to influence this document as much as we can in the decision that comes out, and also put our comments in formal writing as well to share with others. So with that, I'll stand with any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Ellis, please.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate Ms. Bruce's testimony, and, you know, she indicated that Game and Fish has been at the table and was stunned that the alternative selected as the preferred alternative was B and not a different one. I think all of us are scratching our heads asking what happened? How did this one get picked? And while you maybe don't know the answer since you don't work for BLM, I'm kind of curious what your guess is. You know, how do we get here? Why B?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, excellent question. I will caveat this, that this is Angie Bruce's opinion. And so I will make a guess because I hear lots of things. You know, migration corridors are sexy and everyone wants a part of them. And over the last several years, we have seen moves by the BLM's Washington office to try and claim stake in them. We have heard comments like Wyoming is not doing enough for the protections of them, so we need to step in as the feds and do something. So we think this is their way of responding to their loud constituent groups, which are usually our environmental NGO groups, saying do more for migration corridors, do more for the protection of wildlife. So I feel that this is the decision they made based on those influences they're getting from the outside.
And follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator.
You mentioned that there is information in alternative B that isn't supported by science and peer review, and your phone blew up. How did that even then, if it's not scientifically sound, it seems like all the alternatives in any kind of RMP or NEPA document should have some basis in science. And then from there, it's a policy decision to go forward with a certain alternative. And so I'm really alarmed that we are, you know, looking at documents that don't even have some scientific basis. Or so I guess maybe if I'm misunderstanding that, I'm looking for clarity. But you know, it is alarming to think that this is kind of where NEPA's taken us, and how these plans, which are all supposed to have, like, whether you agree with them or not, some scientific rationale. So if you could just elaborate on that a little bit, it's alarming.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, let me give you a couple examples. So for instance, on migration corridors, we contracted some work when we were going through the very active phase within the department and within the state in designating them. And one of those was Dr. Hall Sawyer looking at, is there a threshold of disturbance that we get on the landscape when migration related to mule deer are affected? That research came back and said, again, one study in one small location, that 5% was that threshold. So when we have 5% of infrastructure on the landscape, mule deer will have an impact in their migration movement. So you can see that some infrastructure on the landscape, some development can sustain migration. They did not use that in their decision here. Another one I'd like to draw your attention to, you guys brought it up earlier, their conversation regarding renewables. There is an added section that talks about the research related to renewables, and the whole tone of the section is that wind energy does not have an impact on big game. And they quote a couple studies. One study is out of Oklahoma in ag fields. They put 10 collars on elk, and they said, guess what? There was no impact to wind turbines in the area. That is misrepresenting. If you're taking that study and applying it to Wyoming, that is not something the science community would support. They also quote a study that I started 5 years ago in the Shirley Basin regarding antelope and the effects of wind turbines on antelope, and have one sentence in there saying no effect. Again, misrepresenting the science that's behind the topic. So just a few examples. I hope that helps, Senator Ellis.
Thank you. Senator Cole, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Well, thanks for coming in, Ms. Bruce. I've got I guess, a cooperator question. Do you talk as a cooperator in your field of expertise, does any of that broach into transportation plans?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, absolutely. Yeah, we work heavily when the BLM does transportation plans as well. And we will, going forward, it sounds like for this one, we will be at the table.
Follow up, who is the director in charge when you were working on this plan for transportation? There's all three alternatives. B, C, and D are identical, which I find that kind of hilarious. That's an alternative. Because when I went to school, I would have got an F on that paper. And so who was the director at the time? And I'd like to add, the plan is B for Biden. So would you please comment?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think what your question is, since this has been going on for a decade, we've had at least 3 directors in charge. And so it's kind of a work in progress. We do sit at the table as cooperators, and we do try to influence, but to make the assumption that we get what we want would be a false assumption. Sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't. We're a heavily cooperator in the Sage Grouse Plan right now, but that doesn't mean we're getting listened to. So we are at the table, and sometimes there's a lot of cooperation and sometimes there isn't.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just specifically, when this plan's been going on since what, 2011, I guess, is the best guess at this point. And there was a 2016 plan that never went anywhere.
Yes.
It was, right, and so I guess so somebody at some point in time would have approved this transportation plan. I'm trying to get back to who thought this plan's B, C, and D for transportation, because they were withdrawn, but we know what they are. Who approved those? I mean, as cooperators, who approved that plan in your agency as at that aspect of being as a cooperator? Do you I mean, that's the question I'm asking. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we don't approve any of the plans. We simply provide our recommendations and suggestions for what we'd like to see in them, or changes, similar to what we will do now, is provide our comments and tell them what we would like to see. Then it's up to the BLM, what they choose and what they decide. So I could, specifically related to transportation, I could go back and get you all of our official review letters, and we could look at that to see what comments we have made in the past regarding transportation, if that would help.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the Deputy Director? I have one question. As you review this alternative B, will that hinder or help hunting in this section of the state? Will it be benefit, or will it actually hurt our hunting opportunities as private citizens in this part of the state?
Good question, Mr. Chairman. As Alt B is currently written, in my opinion, it will definitely hurt. Absolutely. I think, again, big game populations may be impacted if we're moving infrastructure onto private lands in some critical areas. And then the access issue as well. We are definitely concerned. You know, the plan itself doesn't say we're going to limit hunting, but we all know that we have folks who have their favorite hunting spots, know how to get there. That will be impacted.
Thank you very much. I had the opportunity of flying this area with Angie a few weeks ago, and she has a passion for our wildlife. I want everyone to know how much engaged she is with our wildlife and protecting our wildlife for us. So appreciate you being here and for your testimony. I appreciate you coming forward with us.
Great. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go on to the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. Mr. Magagna, would you please introduce yourself for all of us to know?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. And I provided you with some materials earlier on identifying some of the items in the plan that are a threat to continued livestock grazing. Today, I'm also providing you with a copy of the letter that we have submitted, our initial comments on the document. And I'd like to talk about two things a little bit. First, just the process itself. And you've heard a lot about this from the previous speakers that by way of background, I participated in quite a number of these resource management plans, including the previous Rock Springs one. I don't even remember what year it was originally adopted, but I've been involved in them for a long time. And in every one I've participated in, there's been tended to be one of two outcomes. Either, most commonly, there's a middle of the road document that is released as a preferred alternative. Interests on all sides submit their comments on that, and out of that comes a final plan that never what anyone totally wants, but what most of us can live with. And then in a few instances, they've done an analysis and said, well, we're just going to maintain the status quo, that's adequate. I have not ever before seen a plan that came out with a preferred alternative being an extreme at either end of the spectrum, so to speak. So I think as I look at this, and I want to be very clear that I'm not being critical of Wyoming BLM so much. It's the plan was developed in Rock Springs, Wyoming, yes. And I have no doubt but that the staff there who developed Alternative B, by their own experience, did so with the anticipation that it won't be the selected alternative. It's to provide one end of the bookends, as you referred to them. So to that extent, I would defend their work. The thing that we find most shocking is that the decision was to release this with Alternative B as preferred alternative, and I have no doubt but that decision was made in Washington, D.C., and there's plenty of evidence for that. I would correct one thing that the deputy director stated, as I understood it, that the public comment that was received that these 3 meetings were held around the state will be considered. I attended the Rock Springs meeting. I visited with people who attended the other 2, and at all of those meetings, it was made clear by the Rock Springs office that no public comments would be accepted, that any comments had to be subsequently submitted in writing. So I think that to that extent, it's a little bit incorrect. But to date, the position that we've taken at the Wyoming Stock Growers is to follow the lead of the governor. As the letter I've just shared with you, we've requested that this be withdrawn and be reissued, not that they redo the whole planning process, but that it be reissued with a different preferred alternative. And an alternative will allow all of us from various perspectives to have a shot at something that's more middle of the road, as opposed to something here that puts the entire burden on the multiple user industries as opposed to the those who want more of a preservationist approach to this. One other thing that I would mention, I know there's maybe a sigh of relief for some with the announcement that the road portion of this is being withdrawn, and that will be addressed in a separate document. From us, at least from the livestock perspective, that is a significant concern. If I look at grazing within the Rock Springs district and have an allotment there, which I happen to have personally, I need to be able to look at the total picture to see what will work for me. And if I'm being faced with development of a resource management plan over here, and then later down the road, I'll be faced with what the federal government comes up with on sage grouse, and they've already come up with a separate plan on wild horses, which is now in litigation, and then they'll come with a travel plan further down the road. It's impossible for me to make a fair analysis of what's going to work for me to remain viable in my business and what isn't going to work. So I'm concerned with just saying we're just going to take that out of the way, and perhaps because it's become so controversial, which rightfully it is so, but if that's the case, our preference would be withdraw this plan, develop a travel management component that fits in with the rest of the management plan, and then reissue a document that covers all of those items. I won't go into the details of what I presented to you earlier that was in your committee matters, but we did identify in alternative B 25 specific items that are direct threats to continued livestock grazing in that. And they range from what's been mentioned, inability to do predator control, extended periods. If there's a fire, normal management is that you rest an area for 2 years. In some cases, even federal agencies have said, we want you back in after a year because if we rest it too long, the invasive species take over, plant species. In this case, they're saying it'll be 5 years automatically in every case. And the list goes on unless there's specific questions. I won't go into that at this point in time, but the key is, and I've heard it stated by some in the BLM and by some of the news media, well, the only impact on livestock grazing is that they're removing, I believe it's 8,600 animal units from grazing. That's the least of the impacts on livestock grazing. It's that long list of items that aren't going to all affect a permittee the day this document gets signed. They're going to affect them over time as all of these provisions are implemented. The other thing, when we look at all that list of very rigid prescriptions, each one of those, if not rigorously implemented in a timely manner by the BLM, becomes a matter of litigation by certain groups out there that want to see livestock grazing on the public lands discontinued. So we have to look at it from that perspective as well. Just because the BLM might be a little more friendly with us, that alone doesn't take it away as a threat to us. I shared with you now the letter that we submitted supporting the government's request for a withdrawal and reissuance, and he's put a deadline on that of October 17th, which we've all followed. That would be the right approach, would be for them to do that, and I think it would work for everyone. I'm not overly optimistic that they will do so, and we will then follow that up with request for a 120-day extension of the comment period, because certainly a document took 12 years to prepare. It's unrealistic to expect all the interested citizens to be able to provide meaningful comments in this short time frame. So we'll be asking for that, and then we will be developing, if not no other action is taken, comments specific to alternative B. But I would be realistic and say that whether it'll happen before there's a final decision based on procedural matters or happen after a final decision, I don't see a path forward with alternative B that doesn't involve eventual litigation involving the state of Wyoming, involving our industry and all of the other interests that have been engaged in this process. In closing, just a final note, as I begin looking at this, something came back to my mind. 2023 is the 60th anniversary of my doing business directly with the Rock Springs BLM. I started in 1944. Or 1964, excuse me, as a permittee in Rock Springs District. Sometimes it feels like it was 44. And I've done that ever since. And we haven't always agreed on everything, but it's been a great relationship, primarily because we had the ability to disagree, to discuss things, to visit the resource, determine what's best, not only for my interests, but the management of the resource, and have the flexibility to make decisions. The difference that I see here is that all of these prescriptive measures, whether it's for grazing or for other uses, removes that ability to work with the local BLM personnel to make the types of decisions that are in best long-term interest of the resource itself and of the people of southwestern Wyoming. So I have been very blunt in saying that this is the 60th anniversary of my relationship with the Rock Springs BLM. And if alternative B goes forward as it's been proposed, this will go down in history as the end of that relationship in terms of a meaningful working relationship, because I don't think it can be maintained under the constraints that are imposed by this proposed alternative. That, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Magagna. There's a saying that says, calm seas do not good sailors make. And you have developed a skill set over those 60 years because you haven't been in the harbor. You've been out sailing in the rough seas. So I appreciate your,
Thank you.
your life experiences and your input and contributions to the state of Wyoming over the years. But just so I understand, you would prefer that the BLM withdraw this RMP at this time until they can combine the travel management plan, the sage grouse, and everything into one document that can be evaluated holistically rather than pieces at a time over the next few years.
Certainly that,
what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, certainly that would be preferable from our perspective, and that would take some additional time. But short of that, if they would withdraw it and reissue it with, say, alternative D, which has its own faults, but it gives us all what I would call a fair shot at raising our concerns. I mean, alternative D is not totally acceptable to us. It certainly isn't totally acceptable to the recreational and user community, but you know, certainly it would be better if they issued it all together, because I have to make a decision on how I'm going to graze, but I don't know what roads are going to be available for me to manage that grazing. I can't make an intelligent decision about how I go forward under this proposal.
So maybe they did that with purpose so that when they come back with D, we're all excited about it. Any questions for Mr. Magagna? Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just briefly, I do concur to exactly what you're stating. How can we review a plan that's only part of a plan when it's missing the road part, and especially where we live, where it's vast distances. But I just wanted to add something. There was in Rock Springs BLM meeting a shoebox with a hole cut in it. And said shoebox was to put in your written comments. And that was the only meeting I'm aware of. Certainly the one in the one they had, the first one in the valley. They did not have any way to comment. They pulled the chairs, but I just wanted to add they did miraculously find a shoebox with a hole in it and put it in the Rock Springs at the Holiday Inn over there when they were accepting, I don't know, when they were telling people about the plan. So that I found that to be, you know, remarkable, that all of a sudden they came up with a shoebox. And I just wanted to share that. So it wasn't completely without a shoebox. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kolb. I was aware of that, although I didn't see it. I was there briefly and decided it was a waste of my time to stay there for 3 hours. But they did do that. But it still had to be a written comment. You couldn't just go walk up to them and offer a comment and they would say, well, that's a good comment, and get a response to it. And that was my point.
Thank you. Co-Chair Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your diligence and your detailed analysis of, it looks like 25 concerns. It will be possible to sort of prioritize what the biggest concerns are, you know, maybe look at the top 5, if you would, and maybe provide that feedback to the committee as we kind of prioritize our own communication with the BLM. Do you think that's something that might be possible?
Mr. Magagna.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Senator Boner, I'd be happy to make an attempt at that. My first thought is to get it down to 5 would be extremely difficult, perhaps 10, but because so many of them are potentially so impactful. But there are a few that really stand out. Some of them would apply across the Rock Spring District. A lot of those would apply specifically if you ended up in an ACEC, which in my case, for example, my entire ranch will be in an ACEC if this moves forward. But So there's some variations there, but I think in terms of which would be the most impactful, not to an individual grazing permittee, but to the industry as a whole, I'd be happy to try to do that.
I think that'd be helpful. Thank you. And if you charge us a fee, we probably want to pay.
I'll just submit my usual fee schedule.
But, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you. I know Jim wants to probably get going, but he appeared before TRW earlier this week and said something that has kind of stuck with me, and I've been thinking about it since your testimony. And it had to do with the fact that under I think the Antiquities Act, there are only 2 states, Wyoming and Alaska, where the president lacks the authority to create national monuments unilaterally. And I think your inference, or maybe you said it explicitly, was that because the president doesn't have a lot of authority to do that in Wyoming, that this is a tool. This might be a tool to lock up some of our public lands. And so I'm curious if you wanted to just elaborate on if that's just kind of a personal theory of yours, or if you have something a little more concrete that you're aware of that might have led you to that conclusion or comment.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, appreciate you bringing that up. And I thought about, and in the interest of time, didn't bring it up today, but it's just a personal theory that I've watched with interest and followed the president's designation of national monuments through many of the Western states and beyond, but particularly in most of our neighboring states, there's been a designation in the last couple of years. And as Senator Ellis pointed out, he lacks that ability in Wyoming and Alaska, due to the foresight of one of our senators back in 1950. And as I look at the depth of the restrictions being placed by these designations here, proposed designations in Rock Springs, they almost match, not totally, but very closely, the restrictions that would ensue from designation of a national monument. And so my evil mind makes me think that perhaps that this was more amenable to the leadership in DC to move with this because it was a way to compensate for the inability to designate a national monument in Wyoming.
And just a follow-up question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator.
Do you intend on doing any kind of Freedom of Information Act request to see if there's something behind your theory?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I hadn't thought about that. Would certainly be interested. My first thought is that that would be the type of thing that would be done subconsciously and not on the record, that there would be any information available, but certainly it's a question that could be asked, perhaps more appropriately by the state of Wyoming, by the governor, or I've had this discussion with the governor as well, and maybe there would be an appropriate place to ask that question.
Maybe our AGs are watching.
Thank you. Senator, any follow-up question? Senator Ellis? All right. Other members of the committee? Questions for the Stock Growers Association? Mr. Magagna, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully we get another 60 years out of you.
Oh, I'm committed.
Now we'll hear from the Wyoming Farm Bureau. Thank you for attending, and please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you all know me, Brett Moline. It's Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. This is my coworker, Kelly Carpenter. She gets the joy of seeing me almost every day. You folks only have to see me for a limited number of days. I'm going to have Ms. Carpenter kind of go over the highlights of what we submitted to you, then I'll have some comments, and then we will take any questions you folks may have for us.
Again, as Mr. Moline mentioned, I'm Kelly Carpenter. I cover the national affairs for the Farm Bureau in Laramie. I have had the joy, like many others in this room, to go over the 1,300 plus pages of this rule. And I'm happy to actually get paid for it instead of to do it in my own time, like many citizens of our state have to do. You know, Mr. Moline and I have been traveling the state the last few weeks for our annual meetings, our district meetings with our members. And this has been a topic at every single meeting, no matter the geographic location across the state. Specifically over in the eastern part of the state, Our members are extremely concerned about the precedent this could set because the Newcastle field office is beginning their RMP process. And they're currently in the scoping aspect, but they are very nervous about what could come out of this plan. And a little bit more detail on that plan, they are proposing additional ACEC acreage in that plan as well. So I think there could be a potential theme across the state with these plans. Our members are incredibly concerned about the decrease in livestock raising, not only the AUMs, but the increased scrutiny of management practices, whether that be where they can place their minerals, where they can have their cattle during wildlife parturition timeframes. The list is endless, as Mr. Magagna mentioned. As well as, the decrease in right-of-ways. How are folks going to get to their allotments, seasonally or throughout the years of this RMP? It's absolutely audacious, reprehensible, you pick the word, that the administrative influence with this resource management plan. And one can't help but realize that the agency released the Conservation Land Health Plan earlier this summer. That's not a finalized rule, but they've also released the 21st Century Recreation Plan rule as well recently. So, it's a masterful strategy that the agency has completed recently for potential resource restriction on our public lands. In concert with the other natural resource NGOs in the room, we have also submitted, we just did it yesterday, and I'm sorry for not providing a copy, but our request for withdrawal of the preferred alternative as well. We submitted that, as mentioned yesterday, and plan to proceed as a united front with the other organizations in the room. That said, Mr. Moline wanted to mention a few areas as well, but that's the highlights from my end.
Mr. Moline?
Mr. Chairman, one of the things I think it's been alluded to about some of the inadequacies is the economic impact. And I'll kind of stick with the grazing. Some work that I did in a previous life, and I worked for the University of Wyoming, the Ag Econ department. When you lose an AUM of grazing on the federal leases, be it Forest Service, BLM, that causes impact on the rest of your operation. So if you don't have that seasonal grazing, you will lose other AUMs on your operation. So I think that needs to be identified. What is going to be the total economic impact, not just of that one AUM loss, what's the total AUM loss, and then what is the economic impact of that? And I think we also need to have a little more scrutiny on some other negative externalities. If we're not going to produce minerals on federal lands, what is that going to do to the price to the consumer? If we're going to cut production, we're not going to have as much available. Supply will be down. Demand will probably be at least constant, if not higher, given the winter that a lot of the state had last year, much colder. A utility in the state has had problems getting the inputs they need to generate electricity. That's another separate topic. But I think those negative externalities need to be at least attempted to be addressed. Those can be huge on an industry like what Ms. Carpenter and I represent. Agriculture is very mineral dependent. For petroleum products, for diesel and gasoline, natural gas, for our fertilizers. So we need to identify those negative externalities that are going to impact agriculture, but the consumer in general. As Ms. Carpenter indicated, we are supporting the withdrawal of this plan. And until the entire plan is there, what good is this part? If we're not going to look at the travel, well, that's something coming down the road. Well, that's rather alarming. And along with the sage grouse, all the work that the state of Wyoming and private citizens have done on sage grouse to try to keep it listed, from being listed. That needs to be incorporated in this plan. With that, Mr. Chairman, committee, I would take any questions. And if I can't answer them, I know Ms. Carpenter can.
All right, any questions for the Wyoming Farm Bureau? Mr. Senator Cole, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Do you think, I mean, what's your opinion about other impacts because of loss of oil and gas revenue to the counties where you reside and where your members reside? Because I could see that if the counties don't have the revenue, how are they going to do your roads? I think there's more connection to oil and gas, and I just wondered what you thought of that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, you raise a very good point. As one of my members in Fremont County brought up, if we put this area into non-use, we are going to have the negative externality. We're probably going to have more fires, more intense. We've taken away the mineral production that's going to provide the tax base to support, in this case, a volunteer fire department. Where are we going to come up with that? What is the county going to have to give up so we can protect the resources of the private citizens and the public lands? So you're exactly right. The impact on the counties with the loss of tax revenue, they're going to have to give something up. And that's not something any of us want to do.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to follow up on that, I meant specifically the blades, crews, the machines that actually do the roads. That money is mostly derived from minerals extractive industries that provide that service. We have this similar problem in Sweetwater. That's why I was bringing it up, that that they aren't going to be able to supply the same road quality that you currently have, if the roads are even open, if we even know what roads are open. But that was my point, is that there's many other things that help the agriculture industry that are derived from minerals extractive industry.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I wholeheartedly agree. This does not affect one industry, be it minerals, recreation, agriculture, hunting. This affects the communities. The negative consequences of alternative B will be felt by every single aspect of the economy in southwestern Wyoming, and not in a positive way.
Thank you. Any other questions? Committee? I have one, Representative Winter. Always a pleasure to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moline, it appears to me that, well, I guess we can eat bugs now, from what I understand. But this whole 30-30, I call it a land grab, that also includes the waters of the U.S., isn't that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I do believe you are 100% correct.
And, well, thank you. And accordingly, that's going to affect a lot of private property in other states that don't have much federal land. But isn't that correct that, in your estimation, that these other states that kind of like Nebraska, they are really concerned about it because the waters of the U.S. also affect private land. And I think that the waters of the U.S. should be a big concern for these states that have a lot of private land and farm ground specifically.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Winters, I wholeheartedly agree. These federal actions are affecting much more than the public lands. What happens on the Rock Springs, how it's used will affect runoff. Maybe it won't affect the eastern states because this will hit more of the Colorado River, but what happens on public lands will impact the water. And I wanted, so yes, sir, I wholeheartedly agree. Everybody downstream is going to be impacted. Us here at the headwaters, we're going to bear the brunt of it. But one thing I I want to say that I believe we're misusing the word conservation. The agricultural industry everywhere that I know of has been strong conservationists. I believe that the word should be preservation. And nothing can be preserved. It might be a silly example. My dear mother, God rest her soul, with us 7 boys, did a lot of preserving. It didn't last forever. And I think conservation is a strong goal of everybody that I know, well, 99.4%. But the preservation, when you're putting things into non-use and no management, can have a strong negative consequence. I'll use the Medicine Bow National Forest as an example. It has not been managed. I won't even say it's been mismanaged, just hasn't been managed. Now we're looking at 80 to 90% dead. In consequence, I will look up to the Black Hills Forest, not just the National Forest. My family owns forest land up there. That is a much more healthy, vibrant forest. We've managed it. We've conserved it. We haven't tried to preserve it. We've conserved it. It's much greener in the Black Hills than it is in the Med Bow Forest in southern Wyoming. I kind of overstepped my bounds on that. I apologize, sir, but my soapbox.
Mr. Moline, you, in the write-up that you gave to us, a summary, you point out the loss of livestock AUMs in this alternative B, but you also point that they are increasing the number of feral horses on the same thing. So if you reduce the number of livestock, but increase the number of feral horses, which feral horses, I believe, eat about 1.5 times what a cow eats. So if you're doing this, are you actually conserving or preserving? Because the horses are going to eat more than what the livestock were eating. So is it truly conserving the environment, or are we just shifting it from domestic livestock to feral horses more than what we have in the past?
Mr. Chairman, that is a question for my coworker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely, that's just a shift, and that's not a mechanism for preservation at all. And in fact, I have several degrees in animal and veterinary sciences from UW, so can speak almost as an expert on that alone, aside from my post at the Farm Bureau. But they graze differently, they use the land differently, and they will eat it to the dirt, those feral horses. So absolutely, that's a correct way to look at that, Mr. Co-Chair. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Any other questions for Wyoming Farm Bureau? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for the opportunity.
Now we'll hear from the governor's office. And then after that, we'll get to public comment. Please proceed, Nolan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much. My name is Nolan Rapp. I'm a Natural Resource Policy Advisor for Governor Gordon. I want to begin like a lot of the other state agencies and just, call out how much the governor's office and, us as staff within the office, agency staff, do appreciate the partnerships that we have with state BLM staff, the local folks. There's a lot of good work that's been done, being able to work and be able to pick up the phone and give them a call. So we do really appreciate that. And it kind of, really highlights how this whole process has, just been a shame. There's not much that I'm going to say here that hasn't been said before. But, it really is precedent breaking. Representative, you asked earlier how this impacts the rest of the state. And, everyone's taken a look at this. If this is how they're going to treat 3.6 million acres, with the Newcastle RMP, that's a portion of the size. If they're going to take a similar approach, then, we really need to have our ducks in a row, for lack of a better term, when approaching any RMP going forward. There's eyes on Wyoming right now from other states, other industries, and, with the layers and layers of BLM processes, federal processes that we've been seeing as of late, we need to fight this precedent here so that this isn't the future of land planning policy going forward. So, just to make, that the first point, and why the governor wrote a letter to the director of the BLM requesting the entire draft be withdrawn, resubmitted with a cooperatively developed alternative, because that's when you can actually have a constructive conversation. It's been mentioned before that, most of the work by the cooperators over the last 12 years has been done, on alternative D. Again, not everyone gets what they want, but that's where the bulk of the work has gone towards. So if the president has changed that you can spend 12 years worth of work, however many millions of dollars from the federal government, only to have it switched out at the last second without any indication, then again, that's a cause for concern. And, reevaluation needs to be done for how we interact with federal planning. One thing that I did want to touch on from the earlier discussion, the concern over, outsider comments, whether it come from, artificial intelligence or folks outside of the planning area, to put it basically, that really highlights the importance of the cooperator agency. There are specific terms that the federal agencies use when defining what a cooperative agency is. And part of it is having special jurisdiction. That is our counties. There's a reason that those comments, are held to a different level, because they do represent the folks that live and work there. They provide services that, they need to partner, or the BLM needs to partner with in order to manage these lands. And subject matter experts, the folks like, Angie here with the Game and Fish, there's no way for one federal agency to be able to be the expert on every little thing in a state. So they really do count on the subject matter experts, the folks that, live, work, and play there, the folks that have spent their entire careers helping develop management policy for the state in order to put these plans together. So again, that's why it's such a shame that this has kind of been tossed by the wayside, at the last second to come out with alternative B, because all of the process that goes into good policy did not come into place here. And I think that's been the biggest concern of the governor, and why, he suggests that this entire process just needs to start over again, because the precedent can't be set this way. Angie mentioned it before, but it really does change the conversation. Instead of being able to submit substantive comments to try and, tweak the smaller things, maybe it might go towards the definition of a raptor nest, something of that nature. Instead, it's trying to pull this thing off of the ceiling somewhere to where, you just hope at the end, once a draft EIS is out, that you can live with it. That should be where the conversation is here, And so another point that was mentioned earlier that I wanted to highlight is that, a lot of comments have been made about it being incorrect science, or, even older analysis. And that's another cause for concern that I think warrants a withdrawal. If you're going back and, requesting that the folks on the ground can supply the socioeconomic data, the most up-to-date wildlife studies, that wasn't already included, it kind of points towards that this is an old document. It started 12 years ago. A lot of the studies in it are pretty dated, and a lot of the cooperator agency work, there hasn't been much, if any, in the last 2 or 3 years. I'm gonna say much of the cooperator agency folk that have worked there before I got to the governor's office, mentioned that the alternatives haven't changed much since about 2020, 2021. Well, there's been a lot that's happened since then. So I think that's just another reason why the best case scenario here is to ask for its total withdrawal. To touch on another point that was brought up that I think is very important, the amount of different layers that we're seeing from the federal government. Jim Magagna mentioned it earlier about, having maybe a travel plan come out at the same time as an RMP. But, that is extremely difficult when you're seeing a lot of different actions come from headquarters and different DC agencies. The BLM has been working on, not only this RMP, but you're also looking at the sage grouse RMP that's been mentioned. There's a solar programmatic EIS the scope is, a handful of western states that are looking at the same exact area. Looking at the conservation and land health rule that the governor traveled to DC to testify in front of Representative Hageman's committee. If that were to be finalized after this comes out, you're just looking at different layer upon layer upon layer of restriction that doesn't even take into account, what ACECs might make the final record of decision. So the numbers given on the table within the RMP are accurate. If you can say a certain amount of, X number of acres are close to drilling. However, once you start adding on those layers, adding in the additional rules, the other RMPs, we're seeing an entire, not just Rock Springs Field Office, but statewide impact from the BLM. And so I kind of wanted to close with, the governor's thoughts on and actions towards this part of the process. Obviously we submitted the letter to request a withdraw, but again, he agrees with everyone that says that 90 days is not enough time to go through a 1,350-page document. So there will be a request in the future. We'd be happy to share, if we are to receive a response on the withdrawal request, any correspondence we get back with the committee. And then, one of the major focuses, especially for my day-to-day, is to, try to make sure that the state, the cooperator agencies, that we really do have that coordinated voice. That there are resources out there to be able to fill in the massive gaps that we see within the preferred alternative, to make sure that, the counties are able to have the socioeconomic data, looking at using FNRPA to try and work with consultants. The FNRPA dollars that went into their county land use plans, are going to be essential come time for the governor's consistency review. Right now is very much a key part of the process. Everything that the BLM staff mentioned, about the importance of those comments, I absolutely take them at their word for that. So, we're really working hard to have a coordinated voice so that we have the best comments coming from state and state agencies. So hopefully we have a better alternative come out of the other end. And so with that, I'll be happily take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapp. Questions for Mr. Rapp from the governor's office? So, Nolan, I've received a lot of conversations from fellow legislators in Idaho and Utah. Their eyes are on us right now. They're watching how we're handling this. Is the governor's office receiving those kind of conversations, phone calls as well from other states?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we are hearing from other states, mostly the federal land heavy states, and even industrial organizations from other states that are watching this as well.
Yeah, it's important not only to Wyoming, but regionally as well, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Anybody who has and makes a living on public land, especially on BLM land in the West, is really watching how the state reacts to this and, how this turns out.
We need to stay on top of our game. Thank you very much for being here.
So just thinking about the path forward a little bit here, there was an economic analysis done at the beginning of the current federal administration regarding the impact, on Wyoming's economy if they were to go forward with shutting down. I think the focus was oil and gas development. Do you think it might be time for a new assessment, given I think some of the concerns we have with the limited nature of the economic impact assessment in the RMP itself? Is there a mechanism you see, or has there been any discussions to sort of renew that assessment now that we have a little bit more information?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, there absolutely are those discussions. I know we've been in constant discussion, especially with the University of Wyoming. School of Energy Resources has been taking a look specifically at the energy side. We're seeing what it might take to, as was mentioned before, this does not impact one single industry. Any sort of mining, any sort of industry that utilizes right-of-ways, whether that be, renewable energy, recreation, tourism, hunting, you just name it. If they touch public land, this is impacted by it. But since it is so broad and, there are so many layers, we're really trying to, look at what is possible to be able to, follow those rabbit trails all the way down. So those conversations are absolutely happening.
Well, and just maybe let us know how we can help along those lines. I think we might have a few letters to send to Appropriations Committee at our next meeting. We'll see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just thanks for coming in, Mr. Rapp. The checkerboard in Sweetwater County, I think that offers, unique challenges because the BLM effectively can shut the entire place down by shutting off checkerboard, right? So we've always had a cooperative association in the past, where there wasn't really a restriction out there. More issues with private landowners and the BLM, but just wanted to hear your thoughts on the uniqueness of, say, Sweetwater or anybody down the I-80 corridor where the UP Railroad corridor where the checkerboard exists. Do you have any different points of view about that because of the uniqueness? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Rapp.
Mr. Chair, Senator, absolutely. No, this is a very unique area, and we're looking at impacts. I think it's been mentioned before, not just on federal land, but on private land, state lands mixed throughout the entire field office. And it's been mentioned multiple times how travel and right of way might make an impact, but if you're looking at somebody who has a private inholding in there that emergency services needs to use a public road or BLM road to get out there to somewhere in the middle of nowhere, that could be impacted. If they need a new one, if there's a new place built out there, that's going to impact them. Any sort of right of way for a transmission, if you're trying to work your own private land that is intermixed with the public there, this is going to essentially dictate what you can do on your land there.
Senator Boner.
So question out about FNRPA. I heard the value of that to our county commissioners especially, and kind of dovetails with the conversation we had with the AG's office. And so feel free to respond maybe to that conversation as well if you feel the need. What should we be doing? Do we need to maybe look at increasing our investment in those sorts of either the AG's office or the FNRPA account to make sure that we're ready for whatever comes next? Because these policies are coming in rapid succession. I'm not sure we've seen the end of this. So can you give your perspective on that?
Mr. Rapp.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, fortunately, there's not been a request that's not been able to be filled so far with FNRPA. So, it's kind of difficult in my position to speak to personnel matters in the Attorney General's office. But, we have seen quite a few successful utilizations by the counties on different plans, whether it's forest plan revisions, BLM RMPs, getting their land management plans out there so that they're prepared when an RMP comes to their neck of the woods. And it's been extremely effective. I know that that ask is, we're talking about it internally and might, have a better idea come closer to budget time. I don't have any number or anything on top of my head today, but it's absolutely something that we're looking at because we've seen the value.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I urge you to, when you have those conversations, think about what may be coming, not just where we've been at. And
absolutely,
even if we're not sure, I think it's prudent to be aggressive. And I think the analogy before was stepping over gold bricks to pick up pennies. So I look forward to maybe more detailed analysis at our November meeting. And by then you'll probably be pretty close to submitting your budget anyways. So,
Mr. Co-Chair, I'd be happy to.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Rapp? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Rapp, for being here.
Thank you.
Give our regards to the governor. Okay, with that, we'll close testimony and have public testimony. Are there any in the room that want to provide public testimony? We have 3 online. Okay, so we have a couple in the room. Let's start with one of them online, and then we'll have one in the room. So Katie, who do you have first? Okay, we have John Grossnickel from Sweetwater County Sheriff. Good afternoon, John. Thank you for being with us on a Friday afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I just have a quick statement from,
John, would you introduce yourself
sorry.
for the record, please?
my name is John Grossnickel. I'm the elected sheriff of Sweetwater County, Wyoming. I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. I just have a quick statement in reference to this Rock Springs RMP from the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office. As many know, the BLM Rock Springs Draft Resource Management Plan has been in works for over 10 years. The rewrite began in 2011. As presented, the current draft involves over 1,300 pages of technical data intended to govern the accepted use and management of 3.6 million acres of public lands and 3.7 million acres of federal mineral estate throughout southwest Wyoming, including Sweetwater, Lincoln, Uinta, Sublette, and Fremont counties. What began as a collaborative effort among local stakeholders and our federal partners ended on January 20th, 2021. Since then, our partnership has been co-opted. Public input and our collective voices have been silenced, all in favor of political whims of the current administration. The BLM's preferred alternative plan is anti-ethical to the cooperative process outlined in the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. If approved, the impacts on mineral development, livestock grazing rights, travel, tourism, and recreation would be socioeconomically devastating to Sweetwater County and portions of southwest Wyoming. I believe it is no coincidence that there's only been one public comment meeting in Rock Springs during the 90-day public comment period. An event no less billed as an open house, but did not allow for any productive public input or comment. Make no mistake, the process and its plan reflect nothing less than a continued effort of the current administration to weaponize executive privilege and rulemaking authority to circumvent the democratic process, to impose a political agenda that bypasses voters and the will of our people. Because of this, if the restrictions of the preferred alternative of the Rock Springs RMP are set in place, the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office will take a hard stance in cooperative law enforcement with the Bureau of Land Management. In particular, the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office will not cooperate with or assist the BLM with enforcement action regarding the Rock Springs RMP. Furthermore, the Sweetwater County Detention Center will not accept any arrestee from the BLM regarding a violation of the Rock Springs RMP. This stance is a direct response to the BLM and the federal government restricting the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of the citizens of Sweetwater County and the state of Wyoming. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you, Sheriff Grossnickel. That is a strong statement. I appreciate you making that. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tarver.
Hey, thank you for presenting yourself, and I love your stance, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think the rest of Wyoming needs to get behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Senator Kolb, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Sheriff Grossnickel, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for a position you've taken. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
I think we can all display our admiration for your strong stance, Sheriff, standing up for what your core values are. We appreciate that. Thank you for being in attendance here, and hopefully we'll see you in the future.
Mr. Chairman, co-chair, committee members, thank you.
Okay. Katie?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor-Jones.
Okay. Commissioner Jones. County Commissioner, please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, Taylor Jones, Sweetwater County Commissioner. Just like to start off by thanking you. Appreciate your time here and allowing us all to speak. I would say that to begin with, the county commissioners in Sweetwater County have written letters mirroring the governor's, asking for the removal and also the extension of the comment period. I'll do my best to speak to the document itself. I've worked very hard to try and read and understand it. I'm by no means an expert, but I'm as much as I can. I'm planning on using their language out of the document. However, with some of the testimony that was given earlier today, it kind of made me scramble around to try and and find the information in order to respond to it. I'm going to try and keep most of my comments to the oil and gas effects because I testified Wednesday in front of TRW, as some of you know, on recreation. So I'll try and stay away from that, although the document leads you in and out of different portions. So it's hard to stay down one line. And also there's not as much detail about Trona. And there also is not much detail about coal other than they pretty much just want to destroy the coal industry. The items that I'm going to review, though, most of them are going to be hopefully help you understand how devastating this will be to Sweetwater County, obviously surrounding counties as well, but I represent Sweetwater, so I'll limit it to that. First, I'd like to talk about the comments. There's been lots of discussion about the comments and the meeting with the BLM in Rock Springs at the Holiday Inn. The thing that I think we all need to understand is we supposedly have a 90-day comment period. However, we really don't have a 90-day comment period. The reason for that is this public meeting or this open house is halfway through the process. So the general public has to somehow come to a meeting, understand a 1,400-page document, and make a substantive comment in 3 hours. It's impossible. It took them 12 years to put this plan together. So there's no way anybody from the general public is going to be able to really do that. I will say I was at that BLM meeting, and overwhelmingly people who talked to me in that meeting, I was there for about 4 hours, prefer alternative A. The question is, what's wrong with what we're doing now? And nobody's been able to answer that from the BLM, that is. Something that's been said around that meeting and other meetings that I've attended is everybody needs to just relax because this is a draft plan. This is not the plan, this is a draft, so relax. The problem with that is the language in this document can become the plan. So relaxing and just letting it happen is not a good option. Go back to the meeting and the comments that were submitted into the cardboard box. Testimony earlier today was that the language around the OHV use is going to be removed. So for the people who went to that meeting and put in their comments about the OHV removal, the language will be removed. Now their comments are no longer valid because they have now commented on something that is not going to exist in the document. Same thing, we also heard language about the Raptors and how that language will either be removed or changed. Anybody who's commented on the Raptors, their comment is no longer valid because that language won't be in there anymore. So I'm not really sure how they expect the general public or anybody to give a good, valid comments on this. As mentioned a few minutes ago, and I wanted to highlight it, there's all this talk about cooperator meetings, cooperators this, cooperators that. We value cooperators, we work with them, we listen to them. It's been approximately 2 years since the last cooperator meeting. It doesn't sound very much like they're interested in working with us. A little more on the OHV, though, in the paragraph that they supposedly are pulling out that accidentally was put in there, and then they will say they haven't done travel management. Can't be the case. You can't possibly have a paragraph written like that with that much detail down to the specific mile and not have done an inventory of your roads and not have a map. It's impossible. You can't do it. There's only one way to get that kind of detail, and that's to have an inventory and map things out. But they won't release the map. I probably wouldn't if I were them either. There was talk about the rights of way maps, and I know you probably can't see this well at all, but this is alternative A, and it's going to get blurry. The red is the exclusion. There's about 7 spots for exclusion in there. Under alternative B, you can maybe see the red. it eliminates the possibility to transmit energy north, south, east, and west in Sweetwater County, either because it's solid red or there are checkerboards. It also follows both sides of I-80, about from Green River to Pointer Rocks. So when they say that they're not sure about the right of ways or what the effect is on it, that's it. It will eliminate that, because that red zone is right of way exclusion. Their words. There was some question, I believe, Senator Kolb, about language as far as how the lands will be treated and whether or not human activity is allowed. There's language in here. This is Volume 1, Chapter 4, page 165 towards the bottom. It says it's for solitude and primitive recreation. I don't know exactly what their definition of that is, but I guarantee you it doesn't have to do with human travel. Some information about the minerals, the oil and gas. There's a proposed withdrawal from mineral location. Existing alternative A is 556,558 acres. Preferred alternative B, 1,993,908 acres, a 253% increase. Proposed close to fluid mineral leasing. Existing alternative A, 540,021 acres. Preferred alternative B, 2,186,218 acres, a 305% increase. Proposed no surface occupation. Existing alternative A is 158,611 acres. Alternative B, preferred alternative B by the BLM, 813,354 acres, a 412% increase. Proposed controlled surface use. Existing alternative A is 721,132 acres. Preferred alternative B, 99,674 acres. It's an 86% reduction in controlled surface use acres, but that's because they're transferred to the NSO status. Proposed seasonal restrictions. Existing A, 1.84 million acres, almost 1.85 million acres under alternative A. Preferred alternative B, about 14,000 acres, 61% decrease in surface acre restrictions related to overall wildlife management. Let's see. There was some talk earlier about following science and the lack thereof. There's language in the document for over snow vehicle use. Very little language, but it does discuss 8-inch minimum coverage of the ground for over snow vehicle use. There is absolutely no science to that. It means absolutely nothing because it doesn't describe the type of snow, whether it's compacted, not compacted. It's just a vague general statement like happens so many times in the document. Same chapter 4 under recreation, page 135. It discusses federal wells. 1,292 federal wells would be drilled. This is a 73% decrease compared to alternative A. It's due to an increase in areas that are closed to fluid mineral leasing. There's another line on the same page. 3,735,546 acres will be closed to coal exploration and development activities, a 433% increase. Also under alternative B, 49,000 acres will be closed to trono leasing and development within the KSLA, which is the known soda leasing area. Alternative B, there's also 2,581,741 acres would be closed to mineral material sales disposals. This is approximately a 209% increase. The rights of way, I tried to show you the map. Approximately 2,480,876 acres would be designated as right-of-way exclusion areas, approximately 481% increase. Senator Boner, you referenced a chart about the reduction in the economic output On page 242, same thing, chapter 4 under socioeconomics. Their document states the quantified economic output of the Rock Springs Field Office across all programs totals 1.734 billion annually in 2016 under alternative A, 0.827 billion in alternative B. That's where the $1 billion reduction comes in. It also states output from these programs in the Rock Springs Field Office under alternative B would be considerably lower, approximately 73 to 74% lower under alternative B than A, C, and D. That's under oil and gas. Total labor earnings, which has been touched on a little bit. The total labor earnings attributable to BLM administered land and Rock Springs Field Office totals $379 million currently in 2016 under alternative A, 168 million in alternative B. Then it goes on to say oil and gas development provides far less, the largest amount of total labor earnings on both an annual and net present value based on alternatives A, C, and D. Page 244, as with total economic output, earnings would be considerably less for oil and gas development and production under alternative B. Senator Boner, you also referred to job losses. Same page 244, annual total employment attributable to BLM administered land in the Rock Springs Field Office totals 5,435 jobs annually in 2016 would be reduced to 2,515. Again, it hits oil and gas. Total employment would be considerably less for oil and gas development and production under alternative B. I'm almost done.
Commissioner Taylor, we have some time constraints.
Sure.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Sure. I'll just hit on one more then. That's on page 259. It mentions that all oil and gas development and production are approximately 74% lower under alternative B. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your time and effort and being online for us. Any questions for Commissioner Taylor? Jones? No, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank
Katie,
you.
Let's take the last one online and then we'll get to the ones here in the room. Mr. Evans, would you introduce yourself for the record? We can't hear you. You're on mute. James, you're on mute.
Sorry. Okay, I'll start again. My name is James Evans. I'm a retired petroleum engineer from the BLM from the Rock Springs Field Office. I retired in August of 2020. I started in the Rock Springs Field Office in 2013, and I basically was a petroleum engineer for this RMP for the Rock Springs Field Office. A couple of things I'd like to tell you a little bit. I'll give you a brief history of some of the things that happened with the RMP. We developed alternative A with the company that did it was called Bruce Allen. We sat down with them and we went through and we developed what was an alternative A, was what our current alternative was. And we sat down and in 1 week we did alternatives B and C together in 1 week. And when we did that, we said, these are going to be the bookends of this RMP. In other words, B is as far conservative as we can go, and C is as far industrial as we can go. And we did that in basically a 1 week period of time. And then after that was done, then we sat down with the cooperative agencies and we spent the next 5-6 years developing alternative D. And so when we say B is now the preferred alternative, that was done in a week. And if you want to know the truth, if we were having this meeting in 2020 before COVID, alternative C would have been the preferred alternative, because at that time, the administration didn't like D, which was the work that everybody did together, and they wanted more land for drilling, and so they were going to be, alternative C was going to be the preferred alternative. Now it's 2023 and administration changed, and so now alternative B is the alternative that is being proposed. So actually D, which everybody spent that what, $8 million on all the time and all the cooperative agencies and stuff like that, is one that's been rejected by the current administration and the current people. So if you really want the truth, the science and the work that was done to do that was all done on D. And it's kind of a shame that, you know, the work that the people in the field office and the cooperators spent all that time doing is being rejected. You know, there's concerns that have already been mentioned. The road concerns, one you've mentioned. We actually spent a year doing roads, so that work has been done at least at one time, and we did an A, B, C, and D on the roads, and those roads were identified, and as they said, the maps were produced. If the BLM won't show them, then, you know, that's up to them, I guess they could say. But that actually, we actually spent a year while the sage grouse RMP was being done, doing the roads at the field office, and so that road map's been done. I know I was on the roads committee, so I know about that. I don't know if there's anything else you want to, I'll answer whatever questions you have, but that's basically what I'll tell you about the RMP.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We have some questions here. Co-Chair Boner.
Well, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Evans. It's very helpful to hear your perspective. So going back to that road use plan, is there a map? You said there's a map. Is that associated with alternative D, or is there one for all the alternatives?
There's one for each one of each alternative. When we sat down with the map, what we did was we would look at the existing satellite map for the area that we were going to do. And we would say, okay, here's this road. And based on the road, we would say, okay, for alternative A is the road it is now. What's its status right now? And we would basically say if it was a right of way, if it was opened, if it was authorized, unauthorized, or whatever. However, we would do that, and then we say, okay, for B, then this road is going to be closed. It's going to be authorized. It's going to be go away, or it's not a road. And in some cases, what we would do is the way we would say, okay, well, this road was created by somebody, but we don't know who created it. Therefore, it's not a road now. And so in that document, you'll see there's that 10,000 miles of roads that are going to go away that I think it says they're going to be allowed to return to their natural habitat. Most of those 10,000 miles of roads were roads that were created by somebody, but we weren't sure who did it. And they weren't authorized under a right of way or some type of action like that. And therefore, they were going to go away in alternative A, in alternative B, sorry. In C, basically, we said, okay, the roads are here. We're going to use them. We're going to classify them one way or another. We're going to make them as a road that is actually somebody's going to use, or else there's a road that you know, we want to get rid of. And we found some roads that we wanted to get rid of. A lot of times they were roads where two tracks run right next to each other. There were two track roads running down the prairie. And, you know, there's two track roads in there. And we said, okay, well, which is the better of the two track roads? And we'll keep the good two track road and we'll get rid of the bad two track road. And so in that case, we designated those to be closed. And then in alternative D, we looked at the roads and basically we somewhat matched D. If you look at the road, really, you'll see D and C pretty much match each other. But we declared what type each road was going to be. We said, okay, it's an open road, it's a closed road, it's a
a right of way. It's or whatever. And so that was what we did in D. But those maps all existed, and that work has all been done.
Follow up? Okay. Senator Kolb, question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Well, thanks for testifying. I'm a little bit distraught over the fact that you just got rid of roads because you didn't know if they're, I guess, how they became a road. Roads that existed before, I think, is 1968. I'm not going to quote this right, but it was like an RS 477. That's not the right set of four numbers, but there was a federal law that said if we can prove the road existed before that time, that road, if it was cataloged, wouldn't be able to be removed by the BLM. And it sounds like nobody took any consideration from what you so far testified. And so that's a little bit disturbing. And then you testified also that there is 2 tracks on that road use plan at one point in time, that you were sorting out the extra 2 tracks. I understand that's for sure. But to reiterate, there were 3 separate transportation plans, B, C, and D, associated with the alternate plans at one point.
Well, there were 4 actually. There was an A. A is the existing roads as they are now.
Yeah, I wasn't including A, but yeah, thank you. Okay, A, B, C, and D, and all those plans were different. And I don't know, have you had a chance to look at the proposed RMP with the B alternative on the transportation plans as they pertain to B, C, and D, as they appear to be all identical? Do you have a comment about that?
Well, the maps the problem with the thing is, at least in what I've seen with it anyway, is the maps they don't show the maps at all. And in A, basically you say you have the existing roads. In B, you have basically 16,000 miles of roads, and of that you're only going to keep 2,000 miles of them, and the other are all going to go away. In C, you're going to keep most of the 16,000 miles of roads. And then in D, it says the roads are going to exist and they're going to be classified as however they're going to be classified. And so, and the only way you can do that is the maps exist. And so, unless somebody's going to actually show you what the maps are, then you're going to have a hard time in understanding what's closed and what's not closed. But yes, and they're saying that now that they're not going to use the maps, that they're going to go back and do all that work again. So I don't know what will become of that then.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Evans? Any questions? Mr. Evans, thank you so much for calling in. It's refreshing to hear your perspective, one that's been involved with this since what, 2013, you said? When you
I started in 13 in Rock Springs, yeah.
Yeah, so since 2013, a number of the years of your career was dedicated to this. So appreciate your input, and thank you so much for testifying.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Co-Chair Committee. My name is Micah Christensen. I'm the Natural Resource Counsel for the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I thank you for having this meeting today. Of all the legislative agendas, yours is always the most exciting to me, so thank you for that. I will stay late on a Friday, any day of the week, except Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday. There's a saying amongst county commissioners you'll often hear when we discuss NEPA, and that is, if you're not at the table, you're likely on the menu. But as you heard testimony today, unfortunately, with the consolidation of decision-making authority to DC, it looks like we've all been sitting at the wrong table. That has been a real struggle for the counties, and as a result, the association, as we support the impacted counties for the Rock Springs RMP, but also just, all of our various management, natural resources have really decided we need to work together. The WCCA is actively engaged with our state industries, and thankful to this legislative body for supporting a lot of that work through FNRPA dollars. As part of those meetings with other association industries, we often joke, Mr. McKee with PAW talks about how he only has to worry about the oil and gas industry. Jim Magagna really has to worry about grazing. County commissioners care about everything. We care about grazing, industry, mining, water, wildlife, recreation, invasive species, culture, customs, socioeconomics. We care about our public lands. We also care about Kimberly Foster, the rest of our state BLM office. And it's one of the reasons we work so hard to support the work that they do. We will also be submitting our letter requesting that Tracy Stone Manning withdraw the preferred alternative. But note, we understand full well that the BLM has the power to select the preferred alternative. But we also believe in the power of cooperation and collaboration in making and creating durable management decisions for our public lands that result in mutual benefits for all parties. And we've seen it. We do it. We do it in the state all the time. It doesn't have to change regardless of administration. And so we'll continue to work with our BLM partners. We'll continue to work with our industry partners in our state to make sure that we can continue to uphold the BLM's mission, providing forage and fuel and energy off of our public lands, while upholding our missions too, having vibrant economies in our counties and our communities where our custom and culture is respected and renowned. So with that, thank you for all your work on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Any questions for County Commissioners Association? Seeing none, Mr. Christensen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we only have one left. Any other public comments? All right.
Mr. Chairman, Travis McNiven here as a citizen of Wyoming today. I'll be very brief in my comment. When I think about what the legislature can do when it comes to these issues, these resource management plans around the state or other, whether it be the BLM or the Forest Service, I think about FLPMA. The Federal Land Management Policy Act gives coordinating status to the governor's office, to agencies, and to the counties. In this case, we have Fremont, Sweetwater, Sublette. I think a portion of Uinta is in this as well. I may be mistaken on that, but those county commissioners have a seat at the table that, Mr. Chairman, you asked an insightful question earlier, is how would the BLM, take a letter from the committee? And they will look at it, I'm sure, as they said, and strongly consider, but at the end of the day, the county commissioners, as well as the governor's office and the cooperating agencies have the most weight. And so as I think about these things and have worked in these issues over the years, I feel like making sure those people that have that seat at those tables, with the necessary expertise and resources to develop land management plans for their counties or for the respective agencies is critical for the state. And Senator Boner touched on this earlier as it related to some of that. And I'd certainly endorse that to make sure that as the legislature to help fund, and make sure those resources are assisted in making sure those resources are in place so that they can develop these plans from those cooperating and coordinating positions of strength. And with that, I'd certainly take any questions.
Thank you, Travis. Any questions for Travis? You've testified in front of committees many, many times, and this time as a citizen, and you're a very powerful speaker, even as a citizen. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Any other public comments? Seeing no comments, let's close public comments. And committee, what's your desire here? Co-Chairman Boner.
Okay, we'll start with the predictable one first, I guess. Mr. Chairman, I move that we draft letter to the BLM on certainly our capacity as the committee that's primarily responsible with interfacing with our land management agencies, asking for withdrawal of the current plan. If that's not an option, then ask for a 120-day extension in the comment period. And then also maybe have some more detailed feedback as is requested based off of some of the input that we've heard here today and some of the written comments we've got from our energy industry, from agriculture, and from tourism and wildlife about some of the substantive concerns detailed that we have with the plan. Have that be the general outline, and then offer any member of the legislature the opportunity to sign on and support, not just this committee. So that'd be the general path forward as far as having as thorough public comment as we can with the given constraints and allow our colleagues the opportunity to do the same.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Senator Kolb. All those in favor? Oh, any discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Would it be advantageous to the first ask for withdrawal? And if that is not granted, then we'd ask for 120-day extension in that order.
Separate letters?
No, one letter, but it would have a hierarchy.
Yes.
First, we ask for withdrawal. If that doesn't happen, then we ask for the extension.
And
That was the intent of the motion.
okay, and do we also, as a third, include that we prefer a different alternative? Alternative.
Well, not at
D.
this point in time, I think, because we don't know what the rest of the plan looks like. That's there's no transportation plan associated with said plan. It's
And
incomplete.
I guess we can ask in there, or we can point out that transportation plan was not included. And the sage-grouse plan is not inclusive as well. So it's kind of layered.
Horses.
Horses.
Make sure you leave them.
Thank you, Katie. So the motion is to have a letter drafted to the BLM, asking them to withdraw the plan. And if not, to extend the comment period for 120 days. And then pointing out some of the things that we have problems with or concerns, that being the transportation plan is not included, the wild horse plan is not included, sage-grouse plan, as well as many of these things that have been brought up today, and put that all in the same body of the letter. Is that correct? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Talise, do you have all that? Okay. With time being of the essence.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Since this, once again, this committee primarily responsible and statutorily charged with drafting legislation in response to federal changes, I have two bill drafts I'd like to offer. So the first one will be a move for a bill draft that would direct the governor to cease cooperation with federal land management agencies, the BLM and Forest Service, when they pursue, and only when they pursue, policies which harm Wyoming's core interests, including authority to temporarily not comply with statutes in pursuance of this goal, and to direct local officials to not assist federal agencies when in pursuit of that goal. Taking the lead of our Sweetwater County Sheriff. Immediate effective date, only be effective for a little over 1 year, July 1st, 2025 for a sunset date. So that's a concept I think is worth our consideration, given the lack of cooperation, abandonment of the cooperative relationship that has existed up to this point. And I just really appreciate the Sweetwater County Sheriff's leadership in this matter. I think it's absolutely necessary and will be the most effective when coordinated at a statewide level.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second. Oh.
Okay, discussion. Seconded by Representative Tarver. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Senator Boner.
Okay, one more for me, Mr. Chairman. We'll see what else, where Bale sings, I guess. But I move that we authorize a bill draft that create a new position in the governor's office to be the primary point of contact for protecting the state's interest against federal overreach, The intent here is to have a position that would provide continuity from one governor's administration to the next. So we probably want to have a specified term of this individual that would basically be exactly opposite of the governor's term. So we'd have, say, a 4-year term that would, I guess, go between 2 different governor's terms. And so the duties include specific duties in the job description. To begin with, coordinating efforts to protect Wyoming from federal overreach between state agencies, the Wyoming legislature, and local governments. Administer an incentive program where state employees who go above and beyond in protecting the state's interests are offered bonuses and/or opportunities for promotion, potentially affecting some of the issues we heard in the AG's office. Maybe even offering signing bonuses for current federal land management agency employees who would rather work for the state, other duties as assigned by the governor. And maybe that's a good list to start with.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kolb. Any discussion? Representative Tarver.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, so we would appropriate monies with this bill also, and thank you.
Sure. That's a very good point, Representative. We could throw an appropriation to begin with. $10 million, does that sound good? It's just a starting point. Okay.
10 million sounds fine by me.
Should I?
You can get a lot of attorneys for 60,000.
Yeah, we want the 200,000 attorneys.
Any other discussion on this proposal on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Anything else? Senator Kolb.
Mr. Co-Chair, I would put forth a request to the committee that we submit a request to the governor to assign the AG to submit a FOIA request as per the Rock Springs RMP from the BLM in their correspondence, so we have a better understanding. Everyone, the public, everyone can have a better understanding just what is going on behind the closed doors of the BLM. And I think it'll shed a lot of light as to potential. And I believe there's a lot of information there that we don't know about. And I think it's public's information. And I think this may be a good vehicle to extract that information to know what had happened for the sake of the public.
Yes, we heard some of that in public testimony, what was going on behind the scenes. Do I have a second? We have a second by Senator Boner, Co-Chair Boner. Any discussion? We heard from James Evans that there's a lot of things that went on in the past 10 years that we're not aware as a public. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Okay. With regards to this letter to the, yes, Talise.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, you would like this committee to submit a letter to the governor requesting that, or how would you exactly like that to work?
Whatever the best vehicle. I think currently the thought is that we request the governor to then engage the AG to request the FOIA information as it pertains to all information as it relates to the Rock Springs RMP.
So it would be a letter from our committee to the governor.
Okay.
With the letter to the BLM, once we draft it as co-chairs, then we can send it out to the committee, because as well as the other legislators. Is that how you want to do this?
Yes, that's, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other matters of business with the BLM RMT? Seeing none. We have one more, we'll close that issue. And we have one more item, which is wild horse updates. We can take a break or we can power through it and finish up. Let's power through it. So BLM, come on forward.
They're not.
Or no, it's not the BLM? Oh, it's governor's office. Mr. Rapp, I'm sorry. I'm just so used to having the BLM up here today. Mr. Rapp.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, again, my name is Nolan Rapp. I'm a Natural Resource Policy Advisor to Governor Gordon. I just wanted to quickly go over some of the highlights from the report that we provided the committee regarding funds for some state wild horse and burrow management. So again, thank you for the opportunity to report to the committee on the progress being made with the funds provided by the legislature during the 2022 budget session. Since the last report on October 1st of 22, state funds for wild horse management have almost completely been expended on successful collaborative efforts with the Wyoming Department of Corrections Honor Farm, as well as Shoshone and Arapaho Tribal Fish and Game. Governor Gordon continues to recognize that Wyoming's wild horse populations on federal and tribal lands have long exceeded appropriate management levels. This is not ecologically sustainable and threatens wildlife and multiple use of our public and tribal lands. Wild horses are jurisdictionally a federal or tribal matter. However, the governor thanks the legislature for the opportunity to use state funding and pre-established locally driven programs to help address the issue in the state. The governor is committed to using all tools in the toolbox as a solution to the wild horse overpopulation. And the projects described in the report represent concrete first steps towards better and comprehensive cooperative management. So just wanted to quickly go over the two projects here. First of which is the Wyoming Department of Corrections Wyoming Honor Farm Wild Horse Program. Pursuant to a 2022 agreement, the governor's office provided the Wyoming Honor Farm with $100,000 for the purchase of fencing pipe, new saddles, and horsemanship training. All but roughly $3,920 was expended, with the remainder left over due to difficulties in matching the remaining amount with the cost of purchasing further goods and services, not due to the lack of need. The purchases allowed the Wyoming Honor Farms Wild Horse Program to maintain compliance with BLM standards. And all told, the program succeeded in selling 45 of their trained wild horses at a sale this year in May. Then second would be the program with the Arapaho and Shoshone Fish and Game. Wind River Reservation grazing lands encompasses approximately 1.8 million acres of tribal trust land. The primary goal of the project is to partner with the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes on an effort they will lead for the removal of nearly all feral horses from the highest populated areas on the reservation. 2022 and 23, the governor's office distributed $400,000 to the tribes for the purpose of funding feral horse roundup efforts. In total, this money funded the gather and removal of 1,429 feral horses from the reservation in early 23. The total is over 200 horses more than the Tribal Fish and Game's estimated maximum success rate detailed in their initial proposal. Additionally, matching funds provided from federal and other sources allowed further tribal efforts to gather close to 600 more horses for a total amount of almost 2,000. Finally, the tribes were able to secure funding from non-state sources for other significant removals this summer as well. And I've not seen it myself, but they have prepared a presentation on their program. Apparently it's fantastic. It would be great for them to, or for you to be able to hear from them about their program. It was a wild success from what I've heard. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Rapp, there was no shipping cost for those 2,000 wild horses or feral horses. Why didn't we see a shipping cost?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair, sorry, apologize. I am not aware of why that was included in it. I know from, this is not the first report that the governor's office has given in that. There might have been in the past, but that would be my speculation. I'd be more than happy to find that out and get that information back to the committee.
So they were removed. They're not just being held right now in a holding facility.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rapp? Seeing none, continue.
That is all I have, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rapp. All right, we'll hear from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Angie.
Good, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Angie Bruce, Deputy Director, Wyoming Game and Fish. I'm going to talk about what I think are the three main areas where the Wildlife Division and the Wyoming Game and Fish interface with wild horses. I have a really hard time seeing wild horses. I usually refer to them as feral. We often have people think of them that we should be managing them because they have the word wild in front of there. So anyway, one of the key things we do is, just like we talked about earlier today, we provide comments and recommendations to the BLM on their roundups and the work that they're doing on any of their NEPA plans. With one of the roundups, I remember we worked really closely with one of the BLM field offices because their roundup was going to be during one of our primary hunting seasons. So we worked with them and we sent a heads up letter to all the hunters in the area notifying that this would occur during their time period. So we try to do anything we can to help and assist them and coordinate those efforts. We also assisted with the Wind River Reservation Roundup, and one of our wildlife areas is adjacent to the Wind River Reservation, and we used that area to hold the horses until they were shipped off. We're happy to assist in the future any way we can as well. And then thirdly, where I think the department can really help, and that where we need to do more work, is documenting the effects of wild horses on wildlife habitat. The presentation you're going to hear here shortly, they did an outstanding job doing this on the reservation. They had the opportunity to show before and after effects of the horse roundup. Very telling. I think we need more evidence of that and more research to document and show the need for additional roundups in the state. So with that, I'll stand with any questions.
Any questions for the Deputy Director, Bruce? Seeing, oh, yes. Representative Winter, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bruce, you say those horses haven't been shipped yet?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Winters, no, they were shipped. I will let the tribal representatives clarify that for you. They have more details than me, but they were temporarily located on our wildlife area before they were shipped out. So I believe they are all shipped out, but we let them put up temporary infrastructure to house them there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Deputy Director Bruce? Seeing none?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from the Shoshone and Arapaho Fish and Game Department. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Please introduce yourself for the record and then proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Leslie Shakespeare. I'm the Bureau of Indian Affairs Wind River Agency Superintendent.
Good afternoon. I'm Arthur Lawson, Director of Tribal Fish and Game.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council member or committee members. Pat Nellica, Fish and Wildlife Service. Our office assists the two tribes with all things fish and wildlife related, located in Lander.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go first here. I think we wanted to kind of lay some groundwork. We'll have a team effort here in doing this presentation for you all today because it took as stated before, from Wyoming Fish and Game, it was a collaborative effort among different agencies, federal and tribal and state. So, but I just want to give this committee a little bit of background. I know you spent a large part of your afternoon talking about a resource plan. The Wind River tribes, Eastern Shoshone, Northern Arapaho, completed their agricultural resource plan in 2018. That was under the American Indian Agricultural Resource Management Act of 1993. Reason why it's important because it allows the tribes to look at the critical values of the tribal members and produce a holistic management principles and values for their plan. And under section 102 of that, it does say that the secretary, in this case, the Secretary of Interior, shall conduct all land management activities on Indian agricultural land in accordance with the goals and objectives set forth in the approved agricultural resource management plan and the integrated resource management plan in accordance with all tribal laws, ordinances, except in instances where such compliance would be contrary to the trust responsibility of the United States. So like I stated earlier, the tribes had approved a plan in 2018, submitted it to the Interior. It was approved fully in 21 after the environmental assessment took place for their plan. Their plan is pretty robust, it has 9 topics, 12 goals, 46 objectives, and 88 policy criteria. For the sake of this project, there's 2 goals here that I'd like you all to be aware of. Under grazing and rangeland productivity, one of their major goals is manage rangelands for a balance between natural ecosystems, improve pasture grazing lands, and profitable livestock development. And then under the wildlife management is to protect and improve wildlife and fish habitats while maintaining and developing rangelands, croplands, and riparian areas. And so I wanted you to have this background before we move forward to the issue and the presentation that our partner here with U.S. Fish and Wildlife will have, and then Travel Fish and Game will round it out with the results of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Shakespeare. Please proceed.
Thank you, Leslie. I believe the committee was provided this ahead of time, and hopefully you've had a chance to review that. I know it's been a long day for you all, so I'll try to keep it to 5 minutes or so. But I did want to express my gratitude to the Wyoming legislature for that initial $400,000 funding that was supplied to the tribes, because that really was the genesis to get this effort rolling. And I don't think you would be hearing the successes with the gathers that Art's going to speak to and that you've already heard without that initial investment from the Wyoming legislature. So again, I really appreciate what you've done. With that, I would like to reference that document that I provided to you, or that we had provided to you, just to give you some background on the issue with feral horses that was occurring here on the reservation. It still is, but to a much lesser degree because of the amount of gather that has occurred within the last year. I just reference you to page 3, that image that you see on the left that has a map of the reservation, that shows an aerial survey that was done in January and February of 2022. And essentially what we did is we flew the entire reservation and counted as many horses as we could. And so there is a percentage of horses that you miss, and you never know exactly how many that is. But this survey said there was at least 5,000. And we estimated at that time there was probably more like 8,000 total. But again, we counted about 5,000. And so that was kind of our starting point. And as you can see in that very northwest corner of the reservation, that's the area that Ms. Bruce was referring to. That is the East Fork area, and Game and Fish has tens of thousands of acres there that's set aside for wildlife, of which a good portion, I think 15,000, occur within the exterior boundaries of the reservation. And so there were hundreds of feral horses on state jurisdiction lands within the reservation boundary. And you can see that those horses, those yellow dots I should mention, are just groups of horses that we're seeing, that you see on the map. But those horses were a risk to lands off the reservation, and were, in the process of moving off the reservation. The image on the right there just shows the same information, just the areas in red highlight the highest density, the areas with the most horses. And then just moving on to the next page, this is just to give you a little background. So again, the yellow dots are the feral horse groups that were counted in January, February 2022, and it's in reference to mule deer and elk, mule deer on the left, elk on the right. There were GPS collared mule deer and elk that we collaboratively have been studying since 2018. And so I just wanted to overlay that onto the deer range and the elk range, and just to show that, yes, there are plenty of feral horses were occurring on these ranges and causing impacts. The other point I wanted to make, especially with mule deer, is you can see those migration pathways that deer caught on the reservation and collared. In the summertime, they're moving to the west. A large percentage are moving to the west. So again, this just highlights that the impacts that were occurring on the reservation from feral horses are impacting mule deer in particular, that are migrating off the reservation and our state jurisdiction in those areas. So again, it highlights the importance. Doing good things on Wind River certainly has benefits to lands off of Wind River. The next page, again, just wanted to show some quick highlights of some of the impacts that were occurring. And this image is from this past winter, and you can see The sagebrush on the left, which is important deer winter browse, that was a plant that was probably 1.5 feet or 2 feet tall and was essentially annihilated. And that was over about an acre of area. That was done by feral horses this past winter. And we all know the type of winter that we had, very severe. This is directly taking forage from wildlife. And so obviously a lot of competition occurring there. And then continuing on to the next page. Thank you. This just shows there were tens of thousands of acres that look like this. This is in November of 2022, before any large-scale gathers occurred. And so you can see there's virtually nothing left. And again, this is as far as the eye can see. This is up in the Owl Creek area of the reservation. And you ask yourself, how much forage is there for elk with that winter that we just had? And you know, you can see that it's very obvious. In contrast to the next page. So this is an area on the reservation that was devoid of feral horses. And so again, you can see the difference. What should have been there if there were not feral horses, a substantial amount of forage available for wintering wildlife. Again, really important with the winter that we just went through. And then on the next page, on page 8, this just shows areas in blue are areas where thousands of elk historically have wintered on the reservation. And what we saw this past winter, again, because of an overabundance of feral horses, these elk were not wintering in the areas where they had in the past. There was displacement going on. They didn't want to be around those feral horses. And so they were just in other areas. So hopefully in time with removal of feral horses, that won't be the case, and they'll be able to winter on the reservation again in large numbers. And again, just on page 10, again, just images that show, the image on the left is bighorn sheep on their crucial winter range. You have 10 sheep in a sea of horses. That's what it looked like. This was in 2017, but that's another, species that was being impacted by feral horses, bighorn sheep. I also would add sage grouse. There's about 50 sage grouse leks on the reservation, and of course, feral horses were impacting sage grouse to a large degree as well. And then the next page, just 2 quick pages. Again, here they're stripping bark off of all those aspen trees. Feral horses were doing that, so they're not just impacting the grasses and forbs and the shrubs. They're actually impacting trees. They're stripping bark and rooting out these spring areas as well. The last page of the document, this is just if gathers didn't occur, this is theoretical projection of where horses numbers would go. The point of this graph is to show that it was at a crisis point, that there were enough horses out there that if something wasn't done like right now, that they would get to a population level where, it was irreversible. It would be really difficult to bring them back to any kind of manageable numbers. And so the yellow line on the bottom is the trajectory that the feral horse population is on, and Art's going to speak to the total number of feral horses removed. But that's where it's heading now, is the yellow line instead of those 3 other lines, which again would be not sustainable. The habitat wouldn't be able to support it. So with that, again, I'll be quiet. Just again, want to say thank you for the Wyoming legislature's interest in helping the tribes here, because it helps everyone. So.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Shoshone Arapaho Tribal Fishing Game Program, I also want to thank the state of Wyoming for the funding to get this horse roundup started. In February, we rounded up 2,000 horses in one of the worst winters we ever had. So it was kind of a struggle, but in 1 month, we actually did 2,000 horses. Since then, of the removal of the horses, we've actually started seeing mule deer coming back into the area. That migration area Pat was showing on page 3 was a huge area for the mule deer migration. And the state of Wyoming, that the mule deer have actually came back, and the elk, instead of the blue lines up and back and forth, this fall, actually on patrol, we've been seeing the elk down a lot further, closer to the center of the reservation on the big one. And so the results are pretty much overnight. When we were gathering, we'd see reservoirs that had about 500 horses. A day later, after removing the horses, there'd be 200 to 300 head of elk instead of horses. And the reservoirs still have water in them. So the results are amazing. And speaking of the sage grouse, the sage chickens and stuff too, we've been doing a lot of tribal youth projects, getting kids in the outdoors. And we're actually having to dodge sage grouse on the highways now because now they're everywhere. You can see them. So the results are phenomenal. And, overnight, with the assistance of BIA giving us more funding for doing more roundups, we actually removed 4,463 horses on top of the 2,000. And so with that, the results are, the wildlife is making its way back. The reservoirs are still full of water. The sage chickens are all over. You can see them on the highways. You can see them on pretty much any mountain road you go onto. So, I just want to thank you guys for the assistance with the funding.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I think you probably heard my question to Director Bruce about where the horses went to. Could you answer that? It's my understanding that the Canadian facilities have been closed.
Yes.
And so are you sending them to Mexico or what's going on?
Yeah, so we send them to Mexico, Texas, Nebraska, and majority of the horses went to Mexico, but a lot of them have gone to sanctuaries. Some of the good horses that we did have, we've kept. Local people have purchased them from the tribes, and so now they're breaking them and using them. You could tell from the feral horses that some of them were branded. They came from different states and all over too. So.
One other question.
Yes.
Do you know how long you had to quarantine those horses before they went across the border in Mexico?
I think they have to quarter them for like 30 days. They have to hold on to them. And so every horse that we gathered were checked by a brand inspector, a vet. And so we'd hold on to them for at least 3 or 4 days until all the inspections were done. And then we shipped them off.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Broner or Co-Chair Boner?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, appreciate all your gentlemen's work on this. It's exceeded my expectations, and appreciate you. It sounds like you brought an extra 200 horses than what we're projecting when we first started this. So it's a real success story, and I think shows what you can do when you just kind of roll up your sleeves and get to work and address a problem that needs to be addressed. So my question is dealing with your projections. It looks like, that line you had was based off of, or the one that gets us to a sustainable level has us, gathering 6,500 horses. Is that, are you on pace to do that this year in 2023, or what are we looking at? And I guess ultimately I'm wondering, do you need an additional appropriation to, finish out the work and get us down to a sustainable level?
Right now, we're doing another aerial flight, and further on, probably this winter, BIA is going to do a more intense count on with infrared and stuff, and so they're going to spend a lot of money on doing a better count so we can get the numbers down exactly to what we need and where we're at. We're not going to do any more gathers this year, but we do have funding left over from the BIA that we plan on doing some more next year and the following year.
Follow up?
I seem to remember something that we looked at with the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, in addition to the appropriation through the governor's office. What's the status of that project? Has that already been accomplished, or how's that going, I guess?
Yeah, that's already been accomplished. Now we're just working off of BIA funds.
Gotcha. Okay.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just wanted to extend my appreciation for the cooperation that we've obviously have between the nation and the state. I think it shows what happens when we can work together. And it also shows what happens when we control invasive species and how the natural wildlife flourishes. But thank you. Thank you for the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, could I just point of clarification? So to address your question, so Art had mentioned that 6,500 horses total have been removed in 2023 from January until August through 2 large gathers. So that 6,500 has been done. And then, we estimate that there's still several thousand out there. And as Art mentioned, we'll have a better idea when we finish our aerial survey here now and then when BIA does their follow-up survey. But yeah, we'll have thousands more to remove, but just not to the degree that we had just gone through. So thank you.
Is it self-sustaining now? Is what with the sale of the wild horses, are you able to fund additional gathers?
Yeah, for right now, we're probably looking at doing another 2,000, depending on what the aerial count is and stuff, then we'll know more if we'll need additional funding afterwards.
All right. Representative Tarver.
Thanks, gentlemen, for being here. I guess, is there still a market is one of my questions for the horses. And so we have an additional 2,000 to 3,000 to get. And the next question would be, the surrounding areas, are they just going to infiltrate and keep coming? That'll be my second question. Thanks.
There's no real market for horses, for the sale of horses. What you guys contributed and what BIA's contributed, we'd be in a world of hurt right now without it. Other horses, there's east of Riverton, the Gas Hills area. Yeah, there's probably potential of horses coming back onto the reservation. Is that the BLM land up there? Yeah, so that's one of our concerns right now is, going in there and fixing the fence and keeping a good eye on that area.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it for all you're doing. Any other public comments? Yes. What? Is this the Wyoming Fish and Game or U.S. Fish and Game? Travis.
Travis McNevin here on behalf of the Northern Arapaho Business Council. Wish to say thank you to the state of Wyoming, to the legislature for the cooperation and the funding that, as I was referring to as a seed money to get this ball rolling. You've heard the results, seen some of the things, but also the collaboration. I think this has just been a very large success between the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the two business councils, the state Fish and Wildlife Service, and Game and Fish. Just a remarkable thing to go from for those who work in horse gathers from roughly 1.8 million acres to having somewhere around 8,000 horses, to have 6,500 removed. And we'll know more, like was spoken, that there'll probably, there's still probably somewhere around 3,000 out, take or give. There needs to be some more resources to get down to that roughly 500 horse sustainable level. But certainly just a huge step in a single, really 18 months, but just a huge step in a positive direction with all the agencies and stakeholders involved to really do some great things for some of Wyoming's landscapes and citizens of Wyoming and all those animals that move on and off the reservation during the course of the year. And so with that, just thank you to the legislature and the governor's office, et cetera, for what has certainly been a very large success story.
All right. Any questions for Travis? Thank you, Travis.
Mr. Chairman, committee,
My name is Katie Cheesebro. I'm the executive director of the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, and I appreciate the time. I will be quick as it is the end of the day. But I wanted to add my 2 cents as the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation has been working collaboratively with the Shoshone and Arapaho Tribal Fish and Game to help find other funds to do these horse removals, because as you saw, it's important winter range for Wyoming's wild sheep. And with that, I just wanted to put some numbers. We keep calling the legislative money seed money, and it certainly was that. From that initial investment, we were able to help raise an additional $375,000 in funding from other Wild Sheep Foundation chapters, including the National Wild Sheep Foundation, the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, the Wyoming Governor's Big Game License Coalition, and we have put in another proposal for additional WWNRT money. So hopefully we'll get some information on that next week. But with your support and your interest in this issue, which can be devastating to wildlife, if you look at Nevada, that situation is completely devastating to their wildlife habitat. And just to be able to show the difference when you remove horses on the Wind River Reservation and how that affects wildlife habitat is so great. And we appreciate the opportunity to work with the Tribal Fish and Game, and we appreciate everything you guys have done to help support that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. We don't hear from your organization near enough, and it sounds like you did wonderful work gathering that kind of money to match what we brought from the state. So that's a collaborative effort that was very successful. Thank you for your efforts.
And Mr. Chairman, I will add one more thing. The Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation and the Wyoming Wildlife Federation are working together to think up some novel ideas of how the state can work more broadly to deal with the feral horse situation too. So stay tuned. Hopefully we'll come up with something.
We hope to hear more.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comments? Going once, going twice. Committee, what's your pleasure? Anything on wild horse? Co-Chair Boner.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was prepared to offer a letter to JC, but it looks like we're good for now in terms of funding. I think we'll see if anything comes in front of us in the session with the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. But I appreciate all the I mean, it looks like our $400,000 appropriation was just one piece of a very large pie. So I appreciate everybody working together and all the resources that came to bear to deal with this issue. So yeah, I'll simply say that want to end on a high note. It's been a long day. We had some tough conversations, but this is a bright spot. It shows what we can do when we work together, and and maybe we don't always have all the constraints that the federal government has in other parts of the state. So glad we're able to do some good on the Wind River Reservation. So we'll see what we can do moving forward.
Thank you, Co-Chairman. Yes, Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping with this particular portion of our program that we could hear from the BLM as to what they're planning for the wild horse program. It's my understanding that there's been a change in the schedule for gathering the horses on the BLM, and I didn't know if you folks that are here might be able to expand on that a little.
We can bring that up in November if let them have time to prepare. So
okay.
Our next meeting is November 13th. Are there any conflicts for that meeting amongst the committee on the November 13th? Okay. All right, any other business for the committee before we adjourn? If not, we're adjourned.